Hey everybody, and welcome back to Ready Steady Play. How's it going out there? Look, we're here. We've made it through the perilous journeys in Middle-earth, and we've arrived at Sleeping Gods, which, if you don't know, it's the new game from Red Raven Games. It's a Kickstarter. I've just been delivered the Kickstarter edition, but there will be a retail box as well. Oh, cool! I've got lots of people here in chat as well. We've got Eddie, Haggers, Difter, Yogi Bear's here, T. Carter's here. Hey, Eloise is here as well from Canada. Hey, thanks so much everybody for joining me in chat. This is going to be really exciting. I'm really excited about this game. I really like the Red Raven games. I mean, I like them more actually as creative endeavors than I actually even like them as games, but particularly Above and Below is a game that I've kept in my collection and I have a really soft spot for. Far more than I think I just really like the sort of the world and the whimsy and the aesthetic and the storytelling. As a creative thing, I really enjoy it. And so when Sleeping Gods came along and offered that same Ryan Lockett sort of creative aesthetic and creative style, but with a longer campaign game, I was like intrigued. And when I learned that it was sort of shorter, but you could sort of explore the world in many different ways each time, and it was very sandboxy, and as you go through it multiple times you can unlock certain things, I was like, I'm sold, I'm into it, I'm very excited. So I started learning it, and of course I couldn't really justify getting stuck into another adventure game until we did U-Boot. So we did U-Boot, and this is not the end of U-Boot. There will be more U-Boot. So I can see someone in chat said, will we have more U-Boot? Yes, we will have more U-Boot. But now we're setting sail on an entirely different thing. It's the Manticore, a steamship delivering cargo between New York and Hong Kong in 1929. And well, there's a little introductory story. So I did the introduction when I was learning the game. And I'll show you guys the game here as well. Look, here it is all set up on my table, ready to go. But I did the introduction the other night, and I immediately started to get involved in the game. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to just start playing this. And I read, when I got to the back of the rulebook, it said, this game only really supports having one active campaign at a time. And my partner Leanne had seen me playing it, and she was like, I really want to play this. It looks great. And I was like, oh no. I'm now going to have 3 campaigns on the go at the same time. I'm going to have one for chat, one for myself, and one with Leanne, and the game only supports one of the 3. So I had to stop playing it by myself. So I've just done the introduction, and that's it. So we're going to redo that little bit. But I've already done that, and I've got a little bit of information already. And then we'll start our campaign here on the channel. T. Carter says, oh lord, I'm going to need a bigger table for this. Yeah, I mean, it's very modular. So, I mean, you don't also, this thing here, you don't really need that. That's a battle mat for these enemy cards that come out. So, as long as you have space for like 1 or 2, or I mean, I think the maximum is 5 cards, but I suspect early doors you'll be fighting 1 or 2 enemies at a time. So, I wouldn't worry too much about that. But, we're going to do the introduction bit again, but there's a couple of sample turns at the end of it which we'll just skip. So, but the introduction introduces a few fun story elements which I think are important for our first playthrough together. And then we'll just quite start off doing it however we see fit. There's a few decisions to make up front as well. And I'm just catching up on chat. Hey, Morton. Difter, Hager, sorry, I don't know what's BGM. Anyway, yeah, so we'll get stuck into the story, and I've got here the full sort of Kickstarter edition. I bought everything, of course I did. So I've got the Tides of Ruin expansion, and I've got the Dungeons expansion as well. Although chances are we might not see any of that content in this playthrough. I'm not entirely sure. You see, this is the world in which we find ourselves, the world of the Wandering Sea. And actually, I believe the map at the very top and the 3 along the bottom, so that's the ones that are not the 9 in the middle, I believe those 4 maps are from the Tides of Ruin. But we start in the sort of middle of the 9, and the further we venture towards the outside, the harder things become. So we want to be mindful of that. I've also got the dungeon set, which anyone who got the Kickstarter will have, and what we're going to do is we're going to mark the dungeons on the map here, and you can go and explore these dungeons, but I don't know if we'll do any. It says there's enough content, and it's already hard enough. You probably don't need to do any dungeons on your very first run, but we'll see how we feel. We'll see how we feel, because the next question is, as you can see, when I started my solo campaign, I had the intention of playing on normal difficulty, and the way it works is this. We're going to make an event deck out of 6 cards from each of these decks, so 18 cards in total. And we're going to have 6 mild events, and then somewhat serious events, and then terrible, awful things. And we work our way through the 18 card deck, and then we read a little story from the book, and then we do reset the deck, go again. Once we get through the deck 3 times, the game will end. So if we haven't triggered the end of the game already, then that's one way in which the game can end. So there is a sort of a time limit on the amount of time you have to sort of explore this world. And I won't tell you too much more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the introduction of the story, and then we can come back and we can follow up with any outstanding sort of points about what's going on. But oh, the background music, got it. I think there's some there should be some exciting music and some soothing, calm music in here, a nice mix. I wanted to play the official Sleeping Gods soundtrack, but it says for personal use on it. So I emailed Red Raven Games, but they haven't got back to me yet. So I hope they will and let me use it, but I don't know if they will. We'll have to see. Anyway, we've got the box here. I never show the game box, so I'm trying to get better about that. Sleeping Gods. Here we go. I'm excited. Let's go on an adventure. This is gonna be fun. So the very first thing, so I know that I had a competition for the patrons a little while ago. A competition, not a giveaway. A competition where they could win something, and the purpose of the competition was to name the boat we're going to use in Everrain. But the boat in this is called the Manticore. We can probably give our team. We can have a team name or something. So the boat that we're going to have in Everrain is called the Ready Steady Sail. But maybe this can be the precursor. Maybe that's what I should call my U-boot, actually. But we've got 2 boats here. There's a Kickstarter boat that I bought as a little addition, which is this metal boat here. And it's quite a nice piece, actually, and I was really quite pleased with it. Let me just focus on it. There we go. And I was really quite pleased with the metal boat. It's got some weight to it. It's really nice. But then, I don't know if it's a Kickstarter thing or if all of the games are going to come with this. But they sent me this plastic one, but it was painted. And I was like, oh, that's also really nice. So I guess the first question is, should we use the colored boat, or should we painted boat, or should we use the metal boat? What do you think, chat? Yeah, Difter, they don't look like the gods don't look like this god doesn't look like it's asleep. Although I don't know if this is actually technically one of the sleeping gods, or perhaps just some kind of awful sea serpent that's coming to get us. I know it's supposed to be hard, this game. In fact, I downloaded some tips on how to do well. So, yeah, I don't know if I don't necessarily know how well that's going to do for us. Can you show us the boats again? Yes, I certainly can. That was. So it might be a little hard to see on the green screen, but the little windows actually on the painted boat are blue. I'll show it to you on the other camera as well in a minute, because this one seems to have made the boats a little translucent. There we go, that's a bit better, isn't it? Let's see if we can get a nice shot of the painted boat over here on the table camera as well. Which I'd almost left set up for U-boot. And down by the bottom there. so you can see that it's where's my mouse? It's got these nice blue windows on it. T. Carter says the metal one looks like a submarine. We should use the plastic boat. Yogi Bear says when it sinks, swap to plastic. Well, that's the next thing we have to decide, chat, because there's two game modes, right? There's normal and there's brutal. And here's the deal, right? When you die on normal, so there are two ways to die. The crew, all of the crew, lose all of their hit points, or the boat takes enough damage that it sinks. In normal mode, when you die, you respawn at a port and have to discard 6 cards from the event deck. So you lose half a day, basically. Or not half a day. Not even a third of a time. If you've got 3 days, then it's a third of a day. But I don't actually know if the whole event deck is supposed to be days or what the time measurement is. But you lose a third of the length. So that's normal difficulty. You also have to make a little note here that you were defeated at least once. And you fill in these defeated boxes to note your defeats. On brutal, if you lose, you just lose, and you have to start the whole thing over again. T. Carter says, Yogi Bear says, probably normal. And, yeah, T. Carter says, normal, please not brutal. Okay, fine. I was gonna say, let's do brutal. But then I also noticed that Ryan Lockett had issued special rules for an easy mode, and I was like, oh god, some people are finding normal too hard. I probably shouldn't play on brutal then. Even though I would have done it if you guys had insisted. So thanks for giving me an out. Alright, so we're going to play on normal with the painted boat. And I guess if we get defeated too many times, maybe we'll become the metal boat. We'll see. So, what I'll do, I think, is I will flip this character face down, because that's part of the opening story. And you'll see on the back of the character there's a whole load of text. So, I don't know how much you guys care about this kind of lore stuff, but I really care about it. So I'm going to read you the backstory of all 9 members of the crew, and you're just going to have to sit through it. And if you're here live, and you don't want to hear it, I'm sorry. And if you're watching this in the future, you can skip it if you don't want to hear this part. But I think it's important because we're going to be spending a lot of time with these people. And it's interesting to know who they are and how they got to be here. But, yeah, let's read their backstories first, actually. I think that's the best way to begin. And we'll start with Captain Sophia Odessa. So, she's the captain of the Manticore, and let's find out who she is. Sophia's father captained a small cargo ship that ran from New York to Boston. She spent much of her childhood watching the busy eastern coast and waving at passing fishing boats. At night, while her Tunisian mother brushed her hair, her Greek father told her the ancient legends of his home country. Nightmares of screaming sirens, envious gods, and sea monsters plagued her for years. At 17, her father chose her fiancé, and she ran away, joining the crew of a tramp steamer. After years of shrewd trading and risky investments, she amassed a small fortune and bought her own ship. Most of the old sailors left, unwilling to serve under a woman. Captain Odessa hired a new crew, and now she's free to sail where she wishes. Alright, now this next guy is... Yogi Bear says, isn't the whole game about story? Yeah, it is, Yogi. And if you're not here for that, I'm sorry, we'll be doing your U-boot at some point. This guy is my favorite. Laurent Laponte, because he's from Quebec, which is in Canada, which is where I was born. Oh, on green screen, hang in there, buddy. Let's see if we can change the zoom a bit. That might, not the zoom, the focus, that might help it. So here we go. Here's Laurent's backstory. Laurent grew up sailing in the frigid North Seas of Canada. Each wrinkle on grey hair and near-death experience on a whaling ship or a fishing barge. Growing tired of the endless cold weather and a bitter cold marriage, he ventured to warmer waters in Chesapeake Bay, with only his fishing gear and the clothes on his back. He'll set sail with anyone, as long as they let him fish. He's probably a good gentleman to have around. Next up we got Kanan Sharma. He's from Chennai. Kanan served in the Army of India. his brothers convinced him it was a good way to earn money for his young family. Years later, after the horrors of the Great War, Kanan only feels peaceful at sea. He watched each of his brothers die on the battlefield, and he can't stifle the guilt at being the only one to make it home again. He joined Captain Odessa a few years ago, hoping to hide from the painful memories and horrifying visions. So a bit of a war veteran. Everyone also comes with their own weapon, by the way. Sophia Odessa has a rifle. Laurent uses a club. Kanan has a pistol. And this is Kasumi Eshima. And I apologize if I'm pronouncing that poorly. She uses a wakizashi. Kasumi found her grandfather's samurai weapons and armor in the attic, long after they were banned. After her relentless pestering, he trained her, discovering a rebellious flame hidden behind her serene eyes. That night, her grandfather died. Kasumi lost the night her grandfather died. Kasumi lost the only person that knew her beyond the obedient facade she'd always worn at school and at home. She left quietly the same night, her grandfather's sword hidden in her pack, catching a ship to New York, eager to prove herself in a dangerous world. Alright, here we go. Rafael Vieira. His weapon's a hammer. Rafael's Portuguese parents immigrated to New York with empty pockets and broken shoes. Now they run a successful vineyard, but Rafael struggled to find a place in it with 6 older brothers. Rafael's father banished him after one too many rows with his oldest brother that left both of them with broken faces. An old coal train took Rafael to New York, where he worked on the docks in his early 20s. He hasn't spoken to anyone in his family for years except his mother, to whom he writes dutifully every Sunday. She even sends a response, once or twice a year. Alright. Marco Reyes from Veracruz. His weapon is a frying pan. Marco hopes God is with him, but he isn't certain anymore. He joined the church as a young man, eager to avoid his father's life of crushing farm labor. But soon after he joined, God spoke to him. His city was changing, and sin was taking the hearts of the people. The church was corrupt, keeping money from the poor to line the pockets of Marco's superiors. So Marco started redistributing it to the poor where it belonged. When his bishop discovered what Marco was doing, he called the police. Marco fled to the docks and joined Captain Odessa's crew before they could find him. So this is Audrey Williams from Liverpool. And her weapon is a wrench. She kind of reminds me of Haley from Firefly a bit. You know, like the cute mechanic. Audrey wears oil stains and coal dust with pride. The sound of a thrumming engine puts her at ease. Her father taught her the trade. She couldn't stay home with mother, who died in the influenza epidemic. So she spent her childhood running through the iron bellies of the boiler rooms as her father turned up the triple expansion engines of docked steamships. Tuned up. She joined Captain Odessa's crew in her late teens, eager to see the world. She keeps a rabbit foot in her pocket and visits graveyards at every port, where her mother whispers to her, sometimes. So she's a bit, got a bit of a superstitious air to her, old Audrey. And finally, Gregory Little out of Los Angeles. And his weapon is a knife. Gregory's smirk is like an old, comfortable jacket, and he rarely travels without it. He wears it to hide the deep pain inside. Gregory had a quiet life in Los Angeles, treating broken bones and stitching cuts, until his only daughter became ill. He fought night and day for her, but it wasn't enough. Shortly after her death, he ran to the harbor and climbed aboard the first ship he could see. He hasn't returned to California since. When was Los Angeles built? Was Los Angeles a major city in 1929? I can't remember. I feel like, I don't know, I can't check. But Los Angeles is like a surprisingly new city. Like, you'd be really surprised when Los Angeles was built. Got some Firefly fans in chat. I'm well pleased. You guys know that show's like super old now? It's like 16 or 17 years old. Okay, so this is our crew. We've got one more to meet, but let's start with a little bit of a story, intro story. I'm also going to go and I've got the date here. It's actually yesterday's date, but that's fine. Normal difficulty. I'm going to put players, Mike, and also chat. There we go, chat. This is you're now here officially playing with me, so if we blow it, it's also partially your fault. Okay. So I'm not sure if you're supposed to start with this introductory scenario every time. I imagine that you can sort of skip it if you know what you're doing. But I will... What we'll do is it actually scripts. So it sort of gives you a bit of backstory to read, which we should definitely read. And then it scripts a few rules interactions. But I think if we play them out by the actual rules of the game, the outcome won't be any different. So we could probably just play them. And I can show you guys how a few things work at least. And also it'll refresh whether or not I remember how it works correctly. So we've got a little message here from somebody, from Sophia's father to Sophia. Let's see if we can get this on camera. I don't know if this will work. We've had I'm gonna have to stand up and show it to the table cover, I think, which will then be out of focus. Let's see what we can do. It occurs to me that I mean, what I'll do when we get to the storybook, I'll actually not show you guys what's in the storybook, because that'll be the best way to avoid as many spoilers as possible. And of course, after I've read through the introductory scenario, we'll have to issue a spoiler warning, because we can't possibly play this without spoilers, I'm afraid. But you'll discover very quickly there's an enormous amount of content here, and it's designed for you to do repeated playthroughs and learn things and come back with the information you've learned. So, if anything, I'm giving you a head start. But, you know, just for those who want a pristine experience, there will be some spoilers coming as we play through. Captain Sophia Odessa, April 27, 1929. After 8 years of brooding silence, I received a telegram from my father. It just read, "Taken ill. Come soon." I set out with the crew of the Manticore with a stoic resolve to make it to New York. We were 3 days out of Hong Kong when we got caught in the worst storm I've ever seen. When the sky finally cleared, we found ourselves in strange waters. The horizon was hazy, the only visible landmark, a tall rock sticking out of the water nearby. Atop it sat a woman with a nest of grey hair, waving a 10-foot fishing pole through the muggy air. "Welcome to the wandering sea," she said. "You may think you're dreaming, but you're not the only ones who sleep. The gods of these seas are trapped in a sleep as deep and binding as death. Their power over this world is dormant, chained by ungrateful mortals. But they have brought you here from a distant world to help them awaken. You must do this if you wish to return home." "The gods?" I asked. "Who else?" the woman cackled. "You must seek their totems hidden throughout this archipelago. With enough totems you may wake the gods, and they may send you home. A reward for your service. Many have perished trying. You will also likely die. But good luck!" I asked where we might find the nearest port, but the woman vanished. We turned north as night fell, 2 days from the journey and the alien world in which we now found ourselves. We did not notice the dark, narrow ship pursuing us until it was too late. Surprised and terrified screams erupted from the crew as bull-headed men poured onto our deck. The monster's eyes burned with hellish flame, and their language was a guttural fit of barking and braying. There was little we could do. They took the ship, and we prayed for mercy with bound hands and bruised faces. Alright. Thank God for exposition woman, eh? Imagine if she wasn't fishing that day. We'd be totally screwed. We'd have no idea what was going on. So, now we've got a little introduction to the story mode. And this actually scripts the whole sort of thing, but I'll do it like we're doing actual gameplay, so I can sort of walk you through some of the functions of how this works. And you guys can check my understanding. I don't know if anyone here in chat actually knows the rules. I think Raphael said he'd play it before, but I don't think he's here, so I don't know. But I do know them fairly well, but like I said, I hadn't played a whole lot because I couldn't really start without having to abandon it. And I didn't want to get really into it and then get... Although I got off to a really good start, guys. I'm going to restart it just for you. Alright, here we go. You awaken on cold dirt. Most of the crew lie next to you, bound with the same crude rope that bites at your wrists and ankles. Your body aches and your clothes drip with dew, but there are no guards in sight and there are sharp rocks nearby. So this is a challenge, and we've got two options here. Cut the rope bindings on the nearby rocks, wriggle free of the rope bindings. So these are called challenges, and a challenge is essentially a statistical test. So what we've got here are a bunch of statistics, and I can just walk you through real quickly. Sophia's, because she's got one of each. So the statistics are the 5 colored symbols you see on the right. The top one is strength, and then perception. The one below that, I believe, is called, I'm going to say cunning. And below that is savvy, which represents sort of like knowledge and understanding. Of course, it's an anchor because we're mostly going to be using nautical knowledge. And then below that is one I can't remember the name of. Let me get the official player helper. Come help me, guy. So we got craft. So craft is the bottom one, and it's sort of mechanisms, and it's going to keep the ship running and all that kind of stuff. And I think strength and perception and cunning are all fairly thematic and obvious. But what you're going to be doing is called upon to test these statistics. So at the moment, I've got each crew member has some of the stats, and when you come upon a challenge, you'll be given a rating. So if we want to cut the rope bindings on the nearby rocks, it's cunning 5. And it will also give you a fail check. So it'll tell you what happens when you succeed and what happens when you fail. And if we want to wriggle free of the rope bindings, we're going to check strength 5. So in both cases, we actually get to progress to the next chapter, because this is early doors, it's a bit of a tutorial. But if we fail the check, we're going to lose 3 health, and if we pass the check, then we're going to not lose 3 health. So, or the challenge. And when you're playing with multiple people, each player will have some of the 9 crew assigned to them. So if you're playing a 2-player game, I think you'll have 4 each. And if you're playing a 3-player game, it's going to be 3, 3, and 2. But everybody shares Sophia Odessa, the captain. She's always accessible to everybody. I control everybody, so I can decide which of these crew members I want to send onto the into the challenge here. And so let's pick cut the rope bindings on nearby rocks. We'll use our cunning for this one. And so I'll put Sophia and I'll put Kanan into the challenge because they've both got the cunning symbol here, so they've got 1 in each. And so that means I'm going to have 2 cunning out of the 5 I need to pass the challenge. But we're going to mark them with fatigue tokens to show that they've participated in a challenge, and that until they recover some strength, they're going to be a bit worn down. If they take 2 fatigue, you flip the little fatigue token over, and then they actually can't participate in challenges until you get rid of it. So this is a way of sort of tracking their stamina, essentially, and you can't keep burning out the same crew over and over. Managing their health and their stamina is going to be a major part of succeeding at the game. So we've got 2 cunning here, and now we're going to roll to see what happens. This is called a fate check, and you actually take the top card of this little fate deck here, and I'll move my head so you guys can see the top card of this little fate deck here, and we're going to reveal what it is. Oh, actually, I should also have 2 of these in my hand. That doesn't really matter. I'm just going to give this a quick shuffle. T. Carter says, I've watched other videos, if that counts. Well, T. Carter, then you can let me know if I'm getting it right or going wrong. If you spot anything, let me know. But, so here we go. So I start with one of these cards in hand. Or is it two? I'm going to have to check. I think it's two. Or is it two? No, it's two command and one card, I think. So, now let's flip over the top fate card here. And I'll show you what this looks like. So these, sorry, ability cards. These are called ability cards, and they have a green back, so you can't see most of it. And on the front, you'll see that they've got an ability and a stat. But the only thing we care about at the moment is the number in the top left-hand corner, which is a 4. This is called the fate number. They're numbered 1 to 6, like a 6-sided die, but the 1s and the 6s are less common than the 2, 3, 4s, and 5s. And there's a variant of the game, actually, where you can just throw a dice instead of drawing these cards, but it makes the game more random, because you can sort of take some of these cards out of the deck and things like that. We'll learn more about these cards later. Obviously, there's a lot more going on with them. But right now, all we care about is this 4. 4 plus 2 is 6. That's the 2 we got from our characters who were contributing to the challenge. And you can add as many people into the challenge as you want, but of course, each one that's involved is going to take a fatigue, which we'd like to avoid. So, we've passed the test, which means we can progress on to the next chapter without taking any damage, which is a good thing. Now free, you peer outside of the wooden hut. Dark pines tower overhead. Near the edge of the brush sits a rough cage made of wooden slats. The door is fastened shut with a mechanism attached to a nearby tree. Inside, a woman lies on her back, her eyes closed. We should get her out, says Kasumi. I wish I could do a New York accent. We don't have time, says Raphael. Can I have a say? The woman in the cage opens her eyes and sits up. Name's Mac. I'd greatly appreciate some help. You crack open the crude lock with a rock. As soon as you break her out, you hear a sudden snarl behind you. 2 bull-headed monsters emerge from the woods and charge. Combat cards 1 and 2. So now we're going to enter a combat, and we're going to get combat cards 1 and 2. And we can also, now that we've freed Mac, turn her over and now use her as a crew member as well. And after the fight, we'll learn a bit more about Mac's backstory, because obviously she's just joined the crew and we don't know who she is. So we'll take so all of the enemy cards here, I've kept them in this box. They're all numbered and they're in order. So the top cards 1 and 2 are actually the top 2. And so what we're going to do is we're going to give them a shuffle without looking at the numbers, and then we're going to put them next to one another. So we've got 2 of the bull-headed characters that took the ship. So we can take a quick look at these guys. A Mythan Guard and a Mythan Brute as well. You can see they've got some art on the top. They're level 3 and level 3. So they're both level 3. This level gives us an indication of how hard they are. I think level 3 is easy. And we've got the number underneath just represents their position in the enemy deck. I don't think it's numerically organized by the difficulty of the enemies. I think it's maybe ordered by the expected order in which, I don't know. And then down at the bottom we've got this grid, and I'm going to explain how that works now. So, now that we're entering into a combat, what we've got here are these 4 combat cubes. And we're going to be assigning these to our different crew members who are going to fight off the Mythans. I'll bring this over here as well so you guys can see the Mythan cards a bit more clearly. Oh, come on. I have to focus it. It doesn't want to focus. Come on. You guys don't mind if you see the legs of the camera tripod in the shot, right? God, the glare on this is not ideal. I had to move these cards around a lot to try and deal with the glare, and clearly I failed. Oh, there we go. That's pretty good. No. Oh, it was okay there for a minute. Well, in any case, here we go. There's our Mythans coming at us. and so we're going to have to defeat them. So the way we're going to fight them is by activating the different crew members, and we've got essentially 4 cubes that represent 4 rounds of combat. And in this case, I have all of the cubes, but if we're playing with multiple players, we try to divide them up as evenly as possible among the players. With a 3-player game, someone's going to have 2. Later on, you can use these command points to like shift around the extra cube and stuff, but don't worry about that. This is a solo game, so I just get all 4. And essentially, I just take one of these cubes and assign it to one of the characters. And the characters, as we saw, have all got a starting weapon, and they've all got different levels of skill as well. So let's go ahead, and I've give the first cube to Kasumi, because she's got that cool sword and she can do a fighting thing. So what we're going to be paying attention to here is Kasumi's weapon stats along the bottom. She's also got some abilities on her card there, and actually her second ability is also really useful, but we won't use any of those in this combat. We'll learn about those later. But what we are looking at is her weapon here. So her default accuracy is this number here, which is +2, and her damage is 3, and then she's also got this function here, which we're going to ignore for now. And this is actually a blocking function to protect her from any damage she might take. So her sword's not very good for blocking, unfortunately. It's got a 0 value. So we're just going to pay attention to this 3 damage and 2 accuracy. And if we're attacking the Mythan Guard here, we can see that his defense value is 5. So we're going to try and beat a 5. So we've got +2 to this, and just like normal, we're going to roll the dice and see what happens. So we're looking here, ideally, for 3 up. Fingers crossed. Hey, it's a 4, so that's a hit. So a hit means that we get to attack first, and we've delivered a successful blow to our enemy. So we saw that her Wakizashi does 3 damage. So we're going to take 3 of these wounds, and we're going to put them into the grid on the Mythan Guard. So you can see that he's got 5 empty spaces and 4 filled spaces. So once we cover up all the spaces containing hearts, he'll die. Those are essentially his hit points. But some of the spaces also have additional damage in them. So you can see on his card above his defense, he's got a 3 plus the damage symbol. That symbolizes that he does 3 damage plus whatever is uncovered on his card. So in this case, if I go ahead and put I've done 3 damage, so I can pop this wound down here, which covers up the damage. So now he'll do 3 instead of 4. It's cancelled out. Now the remaining symbols have to be adjacent to the arm that I've damaged. So I can't actually hit him in the mouth now because it's diagonally too far away. And it might be desirable for me to actually cover the mouth symbol because it's got a little red diamond in it, which is the synergy symbol, which I'll talk about in just a second. So I could cover up his head and then go to his mouth because I have to place these adjacent to one another. So that would be 3 adjacent, even though it's in an L shape. It doesn't have to be a straight line. But I think what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to put one down on his head, and then I'm going to put the other one onto the arm of the Mythan Brute. So this is called it's called splash damage, I believe. And what this represents is essentially my sword slashing the Mythan Guard, and then sort of also catching the Brute as he's fighting alongside his friend. And I can do this because it's adjacent to the Mythan Guard's space. So if there was another character on the right of the Brute, my attacks against the Brute might splash onto that creature next to him. But because they're next to each other, right? That's why we shuffled them at the start. So we don't quite know the order enemies are going to come out in, or what sides are going to be adjacent to which other sides. But I'm putting that one down there for 2 reasons. One, it covers up the damage, so if I can't kill the Brute, he won't do bonus damage. The other thing is he's got 2 bonus damage, so he'll do 5, which is a lot. The other thing is that he's quite hard to hit. He's got armor 6, so I've got to be careful of that. And finally, it's got a little red diamond in the top right corner, which is the synergy symbol. And what the synergy symbol allows me to do is to take one of these character tokens here. Well, it's actually got to be Kasumi's because she's triggered the synergy. I can take her little symbol here, and I can assign it to one of the other characters. And I want to give it to whoever I'm going to attack with next. So let's look for someone else with good accuracy. So we've got... Max got a saber. That's pretty good. She's got 4 accuracy and she does 2 damage. With this, she could do 3 damage. So why don't we give her the synergy symbol here. And now she'll do 3 damage, which I think is pretty good. So that's the attack that we've resolved there. We've done our 3 damage. We've laid them out on the characters. So now the Mythian Guard gets to attack back. They always get a counter-attack the enemies. Curse them. So I should have put one of these little combat cubes on Kasumi to note that I've triggered her. Now she's going to get attacked for 3 damage. This can be prevented by the block value of her weapon, but we saw that her weapon has a block value of 0, which means that she's going to take all 3 damage. So she's got 5 hit points before she reaches 0. When characters reach 0 hit points, they're not dead. They just can't be used until they're restored to 1 or more health. Essentially, they're sort of left reeling, so to speak. You know, they're still hanging in there and trucking along, but not but not well enough to contribute anything to what's going on. Yogi Bear says, I think this is considered a 6 difficulty battle because you sum the monster's levels. So the text may refer to a battle having a difficulty of X, where X is the sum of the monsters. Oh, thanks, Yogi Bear. That's helpful to know. I haven't seen that mechanism come up, but this is the only battle I've actually fought in the game. So I'm sure we'll find out more as we move along. So now that we've resolved that, we've got 3 more cubes to spend. When we get through all 3 cubes, it will be the end of the combat round. The enemies will get a chance to act, and then we'll restore all 4 cubes and go again until all enemies are dead. But I think we should be able to take care of these enemies unless we get really unlucky with our fate cards before we run out. So let's trigger Mac. We've given her the synergy bonus from Kasumi. And so what we're going to do is we're going to attack the Mythian Brute, the bigger guy, and see if we can finish him off. Because we've got a 3 damage attack here, so if we get lucky, we could wipe him out. So let's have a look and see if we can do that. So we need only a 2-up, but, you know, with my luck. Hey, it's a 3, so we're okay. So that means we've hit and we've done 3 damage. So we've got 3 of these little guys here. Go and cover up the 3 hearts on the Mythian Brute. And you'll notice we covered the head, which has a synergy symbol. So I'm going to put my face over here, actually. So I have spent Kasumi's synergy token here. I could have saved it. I didn't have to spend it as part of this attack, but I wanted to spend it because I wanted to do the extra damage. I'm allowed to spend this at any time during the resolution of the attack. So I could have saved, if I'd missed, I could have saved it for later, then maybe the next time I activate Mac. But because I hit, I want to spend it so make sure I can kill the boss. It goes back to Kasumi. And now that we've triggered a second synergy, or now that Max triggered a synergy symbol, she can give her tile to someone else. So let's figure out who's going to attack next. I think we should give it to someone who can do at least 2 damage. But I don't know who that could be. Well, they can all do at least 2 damage, but the captain's pretty good. Maybe we should just give it to the captain. Well, actually, Raphael's got accuracy of 7, so let's maybe give it to Raphael. And Mac avoids the counterattack because the enemy is defeated. So the enemy will always counterattack unless they're defeated. So Mac here's got a attack value of 7 to hit the guard with. That's what I meant to press. That's what I meant to press. So we're going against 5 here, but we've also got the bonus, so actually I don't think we can miss. So we'll go ahead and draw another fate card, which is in fact a 1. So that would suck, but that gives us a 4. And we can spend Mac's synergy token to go up to 6. But do you know what? Let's not. Because let's see what happens if we in fact do miss this this fight, because that'll be useful to learn. So if we miss, it means the enemy attacks first. So the Mythian Guard's going to deal 3 damage to Raphael straight away. And then Raphael gets to deal 1 damage to the Mythic Guard, which it sucks. It's always 1 damage if you miss. So that's kind of a bummer. But if we take a look at Raphael's card here, oh, I'm going to try and balance all these tokens. You can see he's got a crew ability here that says spend 2 command to add +1 damage. So abilities like that always affect the crew member. So abilities that affect actions, abilities that affect attacks, accuracy, things like that, always in fact can only be used to affect that crew member. But abilities that affect the ability cards or negative tokens like poison and things like that, those can be used on any character. So you've got to, I'll give you a good example here, which is Mac's little board here. So she can spend 2 command tokens to add +1 to the fate card of any other character, or any character, including herself. She can also spend 2 to add +1 damage, but that's only to her own attacks. And we can look at Captain Sophia here as well. She's got 3 abilities. Her top ability removes a low morale token, which is an effect, from 1 crew member. So she can use that on anyone, I think including herself. The next one adds an accuracy, which can only apply to her. And the one after that adds a block, which can also only apply to her. So essentially they're things that affect combat, but not fate card or ability card draws when they're being drawn to establish a fate result. Those can be applied to any character. So in any case, we'll spend our 2 starting commands. I'm going to reset this after the tutorial anyway, to add +1 damage over here, and that gives us the final damage we need to kill the Mythic Guard. So we've completed the combat by killing both of the enemies. If we'd failed, the Mythic Guard would attack again and deal 3 damage, which we could split amongst the crew however we choose. And if he had any end game effects that triggered, or end of the round effects that triggered, we would also have to apply those as well. But he doesn't. But upon defeating our enemies, we can discard them back to the monster deck, making sure to keep them in the right order. And continue the story, which I've lost here on the floor somewhere. I needed a little table for all these storybooks, man. Okay. So, oh, incidentally, all of the combat cubes are returned for when we next enter combat, and the synergy tokens are returned to their owners. It says that you don't actually need to keep the synergy tokens on the boards. You can just keep them off to one side. You only use them during combats. But I do keep these tokens out here to symbolize that I've used one of these abilities, and I can't use them again until Raphael rests to get rid of them, and I'll explain how that happens later. And the damage, of course, stays until we heal that as well. So, we've resolved the combat. Does it tell us where to go after we've resolved the combat? I just want to make sure I don't miss any story for you guys. No, it's not, Yeah, there we go. Victory! You have defeated the Mythans. Now continue your story. You head down the path to a beach, and the crew mutters relieved oaths at the sight of your ship, the Manticore, anchored nearby. When you climb aboard, you find Gloria, the ship's pursuer, tied up on the quarterdeck. Gloria's here. There she is. What does she want? What do you want, Gloria? What a lovely trip this has been, she says with a smirk. Mac thanks you for saving her and explains that the gods brought her out here as well. I'm from the States, Atlanta originally, but I've been lost for 15 years, she says. I tried to get home, gave up for a while, then tried again. I'm willing to join you, but I lost all the totems that I found, so we're starting from scratch. I can give you some ideas about where to start looking. You nod. Then let's get going. And then that's pretty much, the rest of this is just a couple of sample turns, setting up the sort of the beginning of the game. So that's pretty much beginning of our adventure here on the main Atlas board. We can discover a little bit more about Mac's backstory as well. There's a little note here as well that I find very curious. Mac Mara Johnson. Mac joined her sister on the adventure to the Pacific Islands in search of a promising new job. Mac's parents hated that her sister called her Mac. She was Mara to everyone else. But to Mac, it presented the close bond the two shared. Near the end of the journey, a furious storm destroyed their little passenger ship and left Mac clinging to a crate of whiskey. By morning, she found herself on a forested island alone. It wasn't long before she realized she wasn't in the Pacific anymore. She had lived for 15 years in the wandering sea and long given up searching for her sister. Now she just wants to return to Atlanta. Man, there's like nothing I want more than to find Mac's sister. That's all I care about. Like, I'm gonna do it, Mac! I'm gonna help you find your sister. So, what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna set up, there's just a few little bits to set up before we get started with our various different options. I'm going to shuffle up these events and set up an event deck. And I'm going to restore my characters as well. It instructs you to do this in the walkthrough as well, and then it walks you through a few more rounds. And I'll probably actually wind up following what the walkthrough tells you to do anyway. Hager says, I hope that crate of whiskey had decent whiskey in it. Yeah, do you think I had 15 years worth of whiskey in that crate? Oh my god, can you imagine? And it's like... I'm trying to think of a really horrible whiskey. I don't want to offend anyone though. Sainsbury's supermarket whiskey. It's like a really sweet whiskey liqueur. Alright, so we're going to create a graduated deck here as well. We'll give the marketplace cards a little shuffle as well. I've also got some starting items, which I can explain how they work. I'll give you a little overview of the ship as well, actually. I start with 3 coins and some grain here as well, some wheat. We need all the food we can get, because food is how you restore hit points and restore fatigue as well. So you can see I actually I start with a recipe for flapjacks, which I guess this must be an American thing, because these are pancakes, man. Flapjacks are entirely different where I come from. So we start with that recipe here for flapjacks, and you can see if we spend 3 wheat, we can restore 3 fatigue and 3 health as well. And we can divide those up as we like amongst the different characters. And, oh boy, I sure do wish this would cooperate a bit better. There's actually a little blue command symbol here, so we have to pay 1 blue command token in order to use it. But these are spent. I can't use those for this purpose. Oh, we've also got a recipe for soup. And probably a better one to look at, actually. So soup restores... soup can be used... use any of the 3 resources available in the game. So 3 of any type. So we can make, you know, a grain stew, or meat stew, or vegetable stew. We got meat, veggies, and grain are the 3 foods in the game. In any combination. And we got some rope here as well, and what this does is it just lets us redraw a fate card. So we can draw a second fate card and decide which of the 2 we want to use. So that's going to help us get out of a particularly bad roll, if that happens. Hager says I could really go for a proper flapjack or about it. I love proper flapjacks. Here in Britain, a proper flapjack is basically oats, and usually it's held together with sugar. You put chocolate on it, or bits of fruit or nuts or whatever you want. I guess it's sort of like think of it like a trail mix bar, I guess, held together with caramel or something. They try to make healthy ones as well. I guess you can make them with other stuff. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll put these out. Now it does tell you to put the remaining cards back in the box. I don't know if we're supposed to... I presume we reset this deck once we've been through it, but I guess those instructions are going to come from the instructions that tell you to reset the deck, because I haven't actually got that far, obviously. Granola bar. Jay, I would say that the main difference between a British flapjack and a granola bar is that the British flapjack is soft, like it's chewy, whereas a granola bar, I find they tend to be like crunchy. Alright, so we've reset all of that. I'll give you guys... So a round looks like this. In a round, you choose to do an action on the ship. You've got a bunch of actions up there that I can talk you through. And then, once you've done ship actions, once you've done a ship action, you reveal and resolve an event card. And then we get to choose 2 of these 4 actions to do. So, what we've got going on here is the travel, explore, market, and port actions. But let me move this up a bit, actually. Right. We'll talk through the... Don't mess this up. I just said that. Come on, camera. Work with me here, buddy. So we've got 1 action per area of the ship. We've got the bridge, quarters, galley, sick bay, and deck over there. We've also got the hull, but the hull isn't an area where you can go to take an action. So the first thing a player does on their turn is assigns this little figure here to one of the positions on the ship, like the deck, for example. And each of these positions allows you to do different things. But you must move the figure. So if it's on the deck, it must move to a different position. And all of these little rooms and things represent different hit points as well. So you will take ship damage during the game. I can show you an example in a minute, actually. But let's look at the hull here for a second. So if the hull takes damage, you fill in this block here, and that's max damage to the hull. All the other rooms can take 2. So you can't go to a room or an area of the ship that contains max damage. It's unavailable until you fix the ship. You'll notice also I have this on the 1 and 2 player side. There's a 3 and 4 player side as well. But the damage is randomly allocated, so you draw a fate card. The fate card will give you a number. You match it to this symbol here, and then you put the damage out there. So the deck is when we draw a 2, the hull is when we draw a 1. If a card tries to assign damage to an area that's already at max damage, you can choose where the damage goes after that. And when you pick an area, you get some command points. So if we go down here, we get 2 command points. These little blue tokens, and we'll explain what these are good for as we move through the game. But if you're playing in a solo version, you get all the points to spend. If you're playing with other people, though, each player will have their own stockpile of little command tokens. If you see this red symbol, it means you also get to draw a fate card and add it to your hand for the ability function on the card. So that lets you add it to your hand. So over here, you're going to get 2 in a 1-player game or 3 in a game with multiple players. And this little symbol here means rest all of your characters. So if we were to take that action, we would be able to restore these 2 tokens off of Raphael. Essentially, this unlocks his ability and allows us to use it again. So any abilities on character cards like this, or on adventure cards like this, are covered up when they're used, so you spend the command points to use them. And they can only be restored by taking that action on the ship, and then you can get rid of all of these and they go back to the supply. So you have to do that. You can also see over here in the quarters, you get slightly more command tokens to spend, but you only restore 2 tokens. This is 2 tokens, not 2 cards or 2 abilities. And then down here in the galley, what you can do is you draw 1 ability card, you gain 2 or 3 command tokens, and then you actually can discard an ability card from your hand in order to discard 1 fatigue off of one of the crew members. And this also means that you can choose any crew member you want. It doesn't have to be well, actually, No, I don't think it has to be one you control. I think you can choose any one you want. Obviously, in a game with more players, you'll only control a certain number of them. So 1 fatigue looks like this, and 2 fatigue is just the other side. So you'll never have 2 of these tokens. But this side means you've got 2 fatigue, which is why it's got 2 symbols on it. And it just means you can't participate in challenges anymore. You can still fight, though. But when you fight, you'll be doing -1 damage. So you're weakened until you're rested and restored. So being at 2 fatigue is less bad than being at 0 hit points where you can't do anything. But it's still not ideal. Of course, the challenge is being an important thing. And then here at the sick bay, you can discard 1 damage off of somebody. And you get a card and 3 command points as well. And up here on the deck, you get 2 command points and you get to do this search action. So we'll probably take that on our first turn so I can demonstrate that to you guys. And then you've got down here, so you'll resolve an event card from the deck, and I'll show you how. These are all random, so you just follow the instructions on the card. I don't know what they're going to be. And then there's 4 actions down here, and you get to do 2 of them, and after you've resolved the event, you can see these are numbered as well. So it says 1 ship action at the top of the board, and then 2 event, and 3 2 actions. And so this would be your turn. If you're playing with more players, you would do this, and then it'd be the next player's turn, and you got a little first player or active player marker here that says captain on it. You can pass around. But these 2 actions are travel. So travel involves moving the ship. And what you're going to do is you're actually just going to test someone's craft. So you actually don't need to assign a player to this. You can just draw a fate card, and based on the result, you'll be able to move a number of sections on the board. So we'll look at that when it comes up. This is essentially how you move the ship. You can also assign a character to help with this, but it should be noted that when you put a character to help with travel, it's not a challenge in the conventional sense, because you can't assign more players, more characters, but you'll still take a fatigue, and furthermore, you can only assign 1 character to this for some reason. I don't fully understand. Explore just means trigger one of the places of interest on the board. So we've got on the map here all these areas with little red circles, and so we can explore this area. We'll go to section 2 of the storybook, or we can explore this one and go to page story 174. It should be noted that we can only explore things within our area, which is marked by these white dotted lines, and also the binder. This also indicates an area border. So then you've got the market action, which you can only take if you're in an area with a market. And that just means we go into the market deck. So you can see over here, there's a Zikra trading post, has a market. It's also got a port. Later on, we might be called upon to check the port. We might want to do a port action, which you can only do in an area with a port. So there's not always a market and a port in the same space. It's just this is quite a major town, so it's got both. And also a little story thing here, so you can actually do all 3 of those actions potentially in this one space. But when you do a market action, you just go to the market deck. Which I happen to have set up over here. And I've got it on 2 levels, but essentially you draw 7 cards off the top, and then you can buy any cards that you draw. So I'll have a quick look at one. So these are all random items that you'll find. Adventure cards. We've got the singing necklace here, which gives us a passive ability, but it costs 6 gold in order to buy this. So we could buy this and just keep it face up. So every time you draw 7 cards, any that you buy are added to your inventory on the ship. It's just a limitless inventory of cards. Any that you don't purchase go on the bottom of the deck. And so you can see I start with 4 starting cards already, and I've got limitless space for those cards. I actually don't. I have a small amount of table space, so I might get into trouble later. But I showed you those recipes earlier, and it does say you'll find better recipes as you progress. So you might want to just sort of create a little stack of recipes off to one side that you're not going to use because you found some that are clearly better. So we'll see how that works out. But that's the market action anyway. And then the final action is the port action. So if you're in an area with a port, you can stop off at the port. And here's a little port tile that tells you all the things you can do in a port. So you can spend 4 gold to stay at the inn, and then each crew member can restore 1 fatigue and gain 2 health back. You can go to the shipyard, where you can repair 1 ship damage off of your ship for every gold or material that you spend. You can do that in any combination. You can go to the healer, and then you can pay 1 gold per crew to restore all their health. So that's pretty good. And finally, you can spend XP to buy level cards. So XP will be gained from different events. I actually don't know how you gain XP because I haven't come across anything that awards XP yet. But I presume it's stories and things like that. But we've got a deck of level up cards right here. And you can see on the back they've got this page symbol. But this is available to you at all times. So you can always go through this whenever you want. There's a bunch of different level ups for each character. And they cost 6 XP, and I can talk a bit more about these later when I unlock some of them. But they upgrade our stats, and they give us special abilities as well. And these are the best thing to get, because you can assign both level cards and these ability cards to characters to improve them. But my understanding is that the ability cards are reset every time you go through the event deck, whereas the level up cards stay for the whole campaign. So if you can afford those level up cards, they're a better investment overall, but these ability cards are much easier to equip. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take our very first turn. I'm excited. So I start with 1 ability card that I've already taken, and I start with 2 command points. I'm pretty sure that's right. It's either the other way around, on 1 command point and 2 ability cards. Which I should double check, seeing as I'm explaining the rules on the internet, and I don't want to get it wrong. Each player gets 1 command point and 1 ability card. Jeez, okay. I only get 1. That's fine. So I'm going to reset all of these things anyway, because it tells you to do that after the tutorial. That was a little... This is sort of the true start of the game, I suppose. But we're going to follow the actual sort of actions from the sample turn anyway, because it lets me show off a few more elements of the game to you. So I think it's a pretty good structure to follow. So, with that in mind, it's my turn, and in a solo game it will always be my turn. But I have to start by taking a ship action, so I'm going to go ahead and take the deck action here, which is the one that gives me 2 command points. So I've got 2 more things I can spend. Oh, I should definitely look at this ability card as well. What do we got here in my hand? We've got Defend. So this gives us a point of cunning, and it says discard this equipped card to give another crew member block 2. So it's unfortunate that you can't really see this block symbol very well. There we go. This is better, isn't it? So that's pretty good. The thing is, it's got 4 on it. So if I equip this to one of the crew, then it's going to be out of the deck, right? When you equip a card on a crew member, you just slot it under their board like that, and they've got their little symbol there and their little ability here. It's a maximum of 2 ability cards per crew member, but you can equip any number of level ups, so long as they're available. Not every character has... I think they all have 2 or 3 level ups available. And the level ups you can actually just slot under the ability cards, but you will wind up discarding the ability cards eventually as well. But you'll always keep the level ups. And then the space here is for their weapon cards. You can get additional weapons that you can equip to your people. So, we've gone ahead and we've taken the deck action, which gives us 2 of these. If I want to equip this onto the character, I have to pay the command point cost. And I can do this at any time, so long as I'm not resolving a challenge or combat. So I can pay 2 command points, put them back in the supply, to equip this to any of my crew. In a solo game, that's all of them. I can equip it to any of them. If I was playing with other people, it would be my crew, because we'd each have our own hand of ability cards and our own pool of command points. So the next thing that happens when you take the deck action is you get to do a little bit of search. So we've got here a little stack of search tokens, and this acts like a little bit of a deck. So we're going to draw some tokens off the top, and then we're going to create a discard pile and reset when we get to the bottom of it. So I'm just giving them a little shuffle, and I'm going to leave them here. And essentially I can draw up to 3 of these, but I'm going to flip them over one at a time. And so this one shows 2 vegetables, but some of them also show ship damage. So what I can do is I can flip over another one, and then I can choose which one I want. So I can't have all the positive effects, but for each one I reveal that has ship damage on it, I immediately take that ship damage. So if I reveal 3 and 2 of them contain ship damage, I'm going to take all of it on the ship. And of course, every time you take a token of ship damage, you reveal a fate card and assign it to that area of the ship. So in this case, I'm just going to grab the 2 vegetables so I don't draw any more ship damage. Also, the 2 vegetables is good because it gets me on my way towards making a recipe, perhaps. So I'm just going to take a couple of vegetables here from the supply and add them to my ship's hold. So now I've got a wheat and 2 vegetables. I could actually make some soup if I wanted. So that's a cool thing. And so we've resolved the ship action. And now we get to do an event card. Maintenance. Some of the crew members find time to make some basic repairs. Repair the ship, craft 5. If you fail, lose 2 health. And then repair 1 ship damage. Well, this is kind of annoying because I don't have any ship damage. But I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to fatigue the crew. I'm gonna have to do this. I can't choose to just skip it. So, hey, Lucard, who in chat? Thanks for joining, man. So, let's. I guess we should just go ahead and assign some crafty people. I'm gonna assign Raphael and Audrey to do this. That feels bad. But if I assign just one person, it's 50-50. Okay, I think actually... Or I just take the 2 damage. What's worse, 2 damage or 1 fatigue? The thing is, one of the tips I was given about this game is basically save your crew's sort of fatigue for the real challenges. Like, don't tire them out all the time. So maybe we just select to fail this and take a couple of damage on some people. Who's got lots of hit points? Raphael, you've got lots of hit points. I'm sure we can heal 1 damage pretty quickly. And I don't want to give it to Gregory because he's the doctor. Fine. And on Gregory as well. There we go. So that's the event card resolved. I'll make a little discard pile over there. And now I get to do 2 actions. So let's make our first action an explore action. And we can go and explore on the map. So we can have a quick look at the area we're in. And we can see here that there's 2 things we can explore. This cave over here, number 2, and this mountainous region down here, 174. Bearing in mind that the spine represents a border, so this is a different area. So let's explore this cave, because that's what the tutorial says to do. And it lets me explain something else exciting. So I get to go into the big book of secret stories. I find number 2. Here we go. Seafoam winds through a maze of mossy rocks. Seafoam winds through a maze of mossy rocks on the cave floor. They brush the heel of a smiling skeleton which sits reclined against an old iron door, blood red with rust. You find a skeleton against an iron door at the back of the cave. Your options are search the skeleton, unavailable if you have the keyword pink. Open the door, requires the keyword iron, which I don't have, so I can't do that. And leave. So essentially you can see here 2 options, both affected by keywords. So I'll explain a bit more about keywords in a minute, but I've only got 1 option, which is to search the skeleton. So actually I've got 2 options. The other is leave, which has the phrase return to the ship. And whenever you see return to the ship, that means it's the end of the exploration. You can close the book. So I'm going to search the skeleton. I'm sure this will be fine. So I turn to story 133. So we're going to skip way over through the book. Find ourselves another little story to read. A bag falls slack from the skeleton's fingers. You expect to collect it easily, but a snake with milk-pink mouth hisses out and fastens to your hand. You whip it by the tail against the wet wall of the cave. I like how it has a little summary as well, like, a snake attacks you as you take the skeleton's bag. -1 health. Gain 4 coins and 1 venom. Gain quest card 155 and return to the ship. So we're going to lose a health on one of our characters here. And so I decide who's going to take that health. Let's give it to Marco Reyes. And someone also takes a venom status. So we've got all these little status tokens in here, and there's morale and low morale. There's a madness token, I guess in case we're going mad. The one thing that's important about status is that it's binary, so you can't take one if you've already got one. So we're also going to gain quest card 155. We're going to gain 4 gold. So I've been using these big ones as 5s, although I'm not actually sure if they're supposed to be 3 or 5, but well, let's call it 5. So we got ourselves 6 gold now. That's pretty good. And we've got this venom token, which I'll also give to Marco. It says -1 health at the turn start. So at the start of any player's turn, he's going to take 1 damage. So we probably need to deal with that. Now we're going to gain quest card. And then that's the end of the exploration. So I've got a big old box here of quest cards. Actually, quest cards and adventure cards. Where's the top? So, very reminiscent here of Seventh Continent. So this quest card here says, Snake attack. A snake attacked us as we took a bag of treasure from a skeleton. And that's got the keyword pink on it. So if you remember, when I did this exploration, it said if you have the keyword pink, you can't loot the skeleton. So this is basically saying, you already looted the skeleton, so don't try to come back here and get more gold. Fine. So I need to find the quest card with keyword iron on it, so that I can go back to this cave and open that door if I'm so inclined. And I've actually already, from when I did the tutorial before, marked this little circle here. You can't really see it up there. Let me see if I can show you down here. So I've marked this on my map of the Wandering Sea here. I've said iron? Question mark? So I know to come back here with that keyword if I ever find it. The other thing is, I also forgot this part. Well, let's do our second action and resolve the turn, and then I'll catch up on something I forgot to do. So, don't worry, it's no big deal. In fact, it's probably fine to do it now. So, for the second action, let's take a travel action. And I'm not going to assign anyone because I don't want to take any fatigue, and I only want to go 1 space anyway. So, we reveal a card. It's got a 4 on it, which means we can move actually 2 spaces if we want. But I think I'm... Oh god, actually maybe I'll just go 2. Ah, gosh, I was gonna just go 1, but I got lucky, and now I'm thinking maybe I should go 2. Just skip the... I was gonna stop off at the market and buy some market stuff and show you guys how that works, but I kind of already explained it. So let's skip right over this section here and just go 2 up to here. And this is a hazardous area. So you can see that we've got a hazard symbol in this area on the map, which indicates that there's something we have to deal with. So when you enter this area here in your boat, you'll see the hazard symbol, and this says it's a challenge, strength 5. So we can make a challenge, try to overcome strength 5, and we're trying to avoid taking 1 damage. Obviously, this could be a lot worse, depending on how dangerous the seas are, but there's a storm here. So I have to make the decision about whether or not I want to engage in this challenge. And this is, I think... this is ship damage. I'm not sure, though, actually. Let me just have a quick check to see if this is supposed to be ship damage or not. I'm pretty sure all of the dangerous sea stuff is ship damage. That makes sense, right, doesn't it? Hazards. Yes. Hazards are always ship damage. So I think I'm just going to take that because I haven't suffered any ship damage yet. And I don't want to fatigue the crew in order to try and get a 5, which I might not get. I'd probably have to commit 2 people. Seems unnecessary. So we'll go ahead and resolve 1 ship damage, which is a 4. So that's a shame. I'm just drawing a 4 for this. I want those good numbers for later. That's the galley. So I just put that down there to mark the damage on the galley. And the thing I forgot was the card box is really nice, and it does fit all the cards sleeved as well, so that's really cool. The thing I forgot as well is Mac, when she joined the crew, she promised to give us some tips about where to go next, which is actually quest cards 1 and 2, so I should have drawn these quest cards 1 and 2 here before the first turn, but never mind. So let's leave the snake attack up there to remember we've got it, so you guys can't see it. So we've got here. So this little C symbol here means that this is a quest. It's like an exploration quest. We can go somewhere to do a thing. So this says raid on it. Ack told us a rumor about rat creatures attacking a fishing village northeast of the Zikura trading post. The village may not survive the attacks much longer and needs urgent help. And we've also got quest number 2 here. Anne's cottage. Mac is on her way to search the cottage of an old treasure hunter named Anne. Perhaps something there will help us get home. The cottage is near a bridge north of the Zikura trading post. So, if I have a look on the map here, I can actually see... so none of those cards have actually specifically told me where they... That's a terrible angle, sorry guys. Have actually specifically told me where to go to find these quests, but I'm pretty sure I can deduce that the fishing village to the northeast is this one here, and the cottage by the bridge north of Zikura trading post, which is down here, is this one up here. So this is probably where Anne's cottage is, but I don't know for sure, and I could be wrong and wind up getting lost on a chase my own tail. So, I guess that's the 2 actions that I've taken. I explored and I traveled. Now what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to spend these 2 command points over here to engage Gregory's character ability. So if we take a quick look at Gregory, we see the top ability says spend 2 command points to get rid of one of 2 effects. We can get rid of Venom, which is what I'm doing here. I don't know what that other one is. Just having a look at the token there. What is that? Weakness, it's called. -2 to skill checks. Ooh, that's terrible. So you can get rid of weakness or Venom. A little disappointed how that board did not show up well at all. There, so there you go. Weakness or Venom. So let's go ahead and help out our friend Marco here, because I don't want him to take any more damage or die. So you put those down and get to discard the stairs. Okay. And maybe I should have stocked up more before I go and find out what's happening at this village, because I totally forgot there were rat creatures, but it's too late now. So that's the end of the turn, and we're going to begin the game. So now this is where we enter into the content I haven't actually seen yet. And I guess spoiler warning. Now, from here on out, there will be spoilers. I'm sorry, we can't play the game without spoilers. So if you're going to take your leave, thanks for watching. And for those of you that are going to stick around, let's go and save a fishing village or die trying. Cool. So it's a new turn. We have to move our little man up there. So I'm thinking let's head down to the sick bay, because that's going to give us a new ability card. Will be a good one. Rapid Strike. So it's a 2. So equipping this is quite good. It costs 2 to equip. And it says even if this crew member misses, they deal damage first. I mean, that's good, I guess, but it's still just 1 damage, unless they have a bonus to it, I suppose. So yeah, that combos quite well, actually, with Kasumi's Synergy Token, or Mac's actually got an ability. Raphael has an ability as well that adds damage. So I like all of those things. Cool. So I get to put that in my hand. And I get to have 3 of these command tokens. And I should mention as well that if I'm doing a test of strength, as long as I got these cards in my hand, I can actually discard a strength card to add +1 to the test. And I can do that after I've seen the fate card as well. So these can be very useful. Having these ability cards are super useful. But we have a maximum hand size of just 3 cards. So Gloria's ability is actually to draw 2 more cards. So I'm quite tempted to equip the Rapid Strike and then maybe activate Gloria to draw 2 more before we go and explore this fishing village, just to give myself a full hand and maximize my chances for success, I guess. There's a lot of sort of little extra things like this going on in this game to think about. Doug says, do you plan to play the entire game to the end? I plan to, Doug. I plan to. Not on this stream tonight, because I'd still be here tomorrow evening. But episodically on the channel, yes. I mean, I also plan to finish Etherfields. So, you know, I do plan to. That's the plan. Right. So that's sickbay. We get to heal someone's health. Now let's heal the doctor, because I don't... him being damaged makes me nervous. And T. Carter says, it might be best to get the ability cards on the character's ASP. Yeah, T. Carter, that's one of the tips that Ryan Lockett said in his little tips email. He said, make sure that you equip the ability cards early on, because obviously they go when this event deck is exhausted, so you're going to get the most benefit from them by buying them early on. And Alexander says, the end might come sooner than we'd all like. Yeah, if an allied plane comes and sinks the Manticore. That's a reference to my U-boot from Sunday. Okay, so that's sickbay resolved. Now we're going to do another event card. Sunken ship. In the glittering turquoise shallows, you spot the skeletal remains of a ship. Sleek sharks circle the depths. Can we see the sharks on the card? Yes, we can. Let me go and show you guys over here. Okay, so this is a search the ship. It's a perception 5 check. Fail, -2 health, gain 1 coin. Do I have to do this? I think I said I had to do the other one. So I presume I have to do this one as well, but this feels a lot more optional than maintenance on the ship, you know? I presume these event cards aren't optional, because I think most of them were bad. These mild ones are not too bad. T. Carter, yes, I can equip the ability cards. And I will. I can equip it at any time that I want. So, except when I'm resolving a challenge or resolving a combat. So actually, if I'm resolving this challenge on the sunken ship, I can't equip the card right now. But that's fine. Am I going to fatigue people to avoid taking 2 more damage? I don't like how much damage I'm taking if I'm about to go and fight some rat people. But I don't want to get fatigued. And everyone... Actually, to be fair, Laurent's a pretty bad fighter. So maybe we can put a little fatigue token down here on Laurent. And Laurent. Audrey's not a great fighter either. And they've both got perception. So maybe we fatigue these 2. And then hope that we get lucky. Blam! So that's a 3, which gives us a 5. So we tie with that treat. Oh, that's a great card. Damn it. So we've tied, which means we've passed the test because it's perception 5. So it's equal to or better than in order to succeed. So we don't lose 2 health and we gain a coin. We've successfully robbed the sunken ship. And now that now it's the actions phase, and what I will do is I'll spend 2 of these command tokens to put Rapid Strike want to... let's give it to Raphael, and I'll tell you why. Because he's got this ability here to boost his damage, the same as Mac does, but Mac's accuracy is a lot higher, and this is going to help Raphael if he misses. So we'll go ahead and give Raphael Rapid Strike. And then I'm going to spend one more command point over here onto Gloria to draw 2 more cards. So we've got Engine Steward. Discard this equipped card to repair 2. So we can essentially get repair 2 on the ship to for the cost of 2 command points, which isn't too bad. And it's also got a nice little perception on there as well. And we've got Bandage. Instant effect. Restore 2 health to this crew member. So they get 1 savvy, and this has got a 1 on it as well. So actually equipping this would be a really good idea. It does cost 2 command though, and I'm all out of command points. So I'll just have to wait and see whether or not I get to make any use of this. But I do have 1 command point left, which could prove really clutch in this next thing. Because now I've got our 2 actions. We're not anywhere with a port or anything. In fact, there's only one thing to do in this whole zone, which is to go to the fishing village. So let's take an explore and check out number 63. Doug says, getting people with 2 ability symbols by equipping cards is worth it. I agree, Doug. I think equipping these ability cards is going to prove super duper important. And now Raphael's got 2 strength, so that's good. Come on, Raphael, let's go. Let's go! I'm excited. This is the first content I haven't seen, so come on, team. Let's ace this and not fail it horribly and embarrass me on the internet in front of everybody. Actually, what I could use is a little bit of water. You know, stay hydrated. All this chit-chat, talking. All right. Let's go! If you have the keyword raid, turn to 56. I do have the keyword raid. It's right here on this card. Presumably after we resolve this then, the card goes away, and then the next time we come here something different happens, which is cool. You spot a village on the coast, a small settlement nestled against a pine forest. Smoke billows from the roofs of a few of the huts, and the wind carries with it a faint scream. These forests are infested with rat creatures, says Mac. So we can watch from the safety of the ship, or land at the town's pier. I mean, we should probably land, right? And see what we can do to help, rather than just watch these people dying. I mean, why did we even come here if we're not going to get involved? So, let's see what happens. Rats, the size of humans, their fur slick and oily, run among the village huts, wielding savage tools. Oh, sorry, look, I'm pulling up to the pier. Some of the villagers fight the rats with wood axes. While more rat creatures prance with glee near the village edge, lighting straw roofs with torches. Villagers are fighting the rats while houses are burning. So I've got 3 options here. Hurry to put out the fires, which is a strength 7 check. Fight with the rats in the village square. So we're going to fight a combat level 11. Loot what you can in the chaos. Perception 5. Loot what you can. Oh my god. If we fail that, the rats are like, hey, you're stealing our stuff, and attack us. So do we fight the rats or help put out the fires? Huh. I mean, I feel like fighting the rats is probably better. I'm just trying to think what's more helpful. I suppose if we fight the rats, the villagers can put the fires out. But again, if we don't put the fires out, the village might burn down. Oh god! I don't know what to do. I'm gonna fight the rats. Combat level 11. That sounds hard. So hopefully this isn't a complete disaster. Alright, so we're gonna park the book over here. We're gonna get some enemy cards out. You throw the rats into the fire. Yeah, throw the rats onto the fire so that they all get burned up. Like they put it out with the rats, with our enemies. That, I think, is the right course of action. Right, do I have the right cards here? Okay, so which cards is it? Okay. We're going to give these a little shuffle, where I can't see them. And find out just how bad this decision was. So we did a combat level 6 earlier, so this is going to be harder than that. God. Can't you... Yes. Sorry. Here we go. Zargrat Alchemist. Oh my god. He looks mean, and he's got a whole bunch of stuff. So he's actually going to regen. Or I think he heals his friends, the friends who are next to him. We've got Zargrat Brawler. Man, I should have equipped some weapons and gear before I came to do this. And then we've got Zargrat Stabber. Oh, and they all cause weakness and venom. Oh my god. Okay. I don't like the look at this at all. I mean, I thought they were giant rats. I didn't realize they had weapons and bombs and magic. Oh no. Alright, so we got our combat cubes here. And I need to check what is regen. Adjacent regen. I need to keep this map handy. Alright, so there is a little enemies summary on the back here of what they do. This activates at the end of each combat round. Remove 1 damage token from each enemy card that is directly adjacent to this enemy card. Okay, well, thank God he's on the far left, or else he'd be healing both of his friends on either side. So I guess that's a small mercy. Wow. I mean, they don't do a lot of damage, but they can take a lot of hit points. And you can see they've all got body 2. So you still only put 1 wound token down on that symbol, but you need to do at least 2 damage to put this token down. Oh god, and look, actually they've all got a lot of bonus damage on their cards. This guy's the worst. Let's kill this rat alchemist. I hate him. He's the worst. Actually, I just kind of want to cover up his damage and that regen. 4 damage. I'm not gonna be able to do 4 damage. He does a lot of damage. Nobody. I should have upgraded my weapons. Oh well, it's a learning experience for everybody involved. Right, who's going first? Let's go first with Kasumi, because then she can potentially give her synergy token to someone else. She's got 2 accuracy though, so the chances of this hitting is not super good. But let's throw caution to the wind and find out what happens. Right, so this is 2 against a 6, so I need a 4 up. Show me a 4 up. Let's see what happens. Oh no. Okay, so I've missed. What can I do about this? I can either spend my only command cube to draw another card and decide which one I want, or I could use her ability to increase this by 1, which is not at all helpful. Or I can't use that ability anyway. And that would also cost my command cubes. I need more of these. I've become very ill prepared. But let's do it anyway, I think. Might as well use our resources at the beginning, and at least if this card's also bad, we've got them both out of the deck. Blam! It's a 3! That's a 5. I've still missed. Oh no. Okay. Well then. I guess that's that. So I'm going to take 4 damage. Doug, I'm going to finish this game today in the stream. Okay. Now I get to do 1 damage back to the rat. So I'm going to cover up that 2 damage spot, I think, because it sucks. And we've got several other characters attacking as well. Okay. That doesn't get me any bonuses. I was hoping to get my synergy out of this, but I haven't managed to do that. So who's got good accuracy? Mac's got good accuracy, and just got a good synergy token that also provides accuracy. So let's grab Mac and also attack the Zarg Rat Alchemist. Oh, Doug, thank you for your encouraging words, my friend. Thank you. Here we go. Come on, Mac. We can do it. Oh, there's that. Oh, cards are stupid. Okay, so that's a big ol' hit. And we've done 2 damage. So let's have a think here. How are we going to distribute this damage? I really want to cover up that regen, but I think I want to use my synergy token. So I don't really want to put it on body just right now because that's going to be the only one I can put down. And then I'm going to kind of like create this sort of gap. So I think let's do head and head. These rats have huge heads. And that gets us the synergy. And yeah, I've got another idea for this next one as well. So we can go ahead and... So we're going to take 2 damage back. We have block 0 as well. So just take 2 damage. And we can pass off our synergy token to... Let's have a think here. Who else does lots of damage? No one does enough damage. Sumi, I needed your synergy token. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I need better weapons, guys. We need to go to the store. We've got a bunch of money. We should have gone to the store and spent some of it. Okay, let's give it to the captain, because she's got only 1 accuracy, but she does 4 damage. She's also got this little ability here, and I need to remember what that does, because I might want to use this. I think we can discard cards, although they might have to be cards we've got equipped in order to use those abilities. So let me just quickly double check how that functions. Yeah, we can discard equipped cards that are ability cards to deal an extra damage. I don't know if that would ever be worth it. But you can see here, so like on the captain, for example, if she had a card with perception on it, we could ditch the perception card, discard it from her to add +1 damage to the attack, which I suppose could be really clutch, but might not be. Alright, so with the captain, I think we should attach the Zarg Rat Brawler, which is the middle guy here. I'm just trying to think if there's a way I can... Actually, do you know what? Let's attack the Zarg Rat Alchemist. I've got the bonus from Mac, so hopefully I'll be okay. If this misses, I'm going to be in real trouble. So we've only got a +1 to hit a 6, but we've got the +2 token as well. So fingers crossed. Here we go. Well, I guess we can keep the token for next time then. That is, in fact, one of the rare 6s in the game. So a bit of good fortune. So we're going to do 4 damage here. And I think I'm going to do it like this. I think I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And there I've hit the synergy as well in the middle. So I'm going to pass my synergy token off to somebody. And I think I'm going to give it to... So her synergy token is really interesting. It lets you place wounds diagonally, which you're normally not allowed to do. So we want to give it to somebody who can potentially deal a bunch of damage. I think... I'll tell you what, actually, let's give it to Raphael, because I think I've got an idea about what I want to do with him as well. So, we attacked with Sophia. So for our final combat cube, we're going to attack with Raphael. We're going to attack the Zargrat Brawler. So that's the guy in the middle there. And he's a 5 to hit. Raphael has 3 accuracy, but he only does 2 damage. But we could potentially make it go up to 3 with his Rapid Strike card, but we'd have to discard it, so I don't think that's worth it. Let's see what happens. Blam! So we've drawn a 3, so that's 6, so we've totally hit the Zargrat Brawler. And I'm going to cash in the Captain's Synergy token here as well, because I've done 2 damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cover up the arm, so he does less damage here. I'm going to cover up the head here as well. So that kills the Zargrat Alchemist, which is good. And then we're going to take 2 damage back from the Zargrat Brawler. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, at least we got a lot of hit points, right? We got 7 on him. Okay. And that's the end of the combat round, because I've used all my combat cubes. What? So now we're going to go and activate them. They activate left to right. The Alchemist is dead. So it's going to be the Zargrat Brawler. So he's going to deal 2 damage, which I can spread out as I want amongst my heroes. And he's also going to give out a weakness token, which sucks, because I literally just said these sucked. And I stand by it. So I'm actually also going to take a Venom, which is really bad, because I have got... I haven't, I've literally used Gregory's ability already, and he can only get rid of 1 of these. But I think the Venom's more pressing, because it gets worse the longer you're going on, but who's not going to be doing a lot of skill checks in the immediate future? Probably Audrey, because she's already fatigued, so let's give it to Audrey. Skill checks are overcoming challenges, so we don't have to worry too much about combat. Alright, who's going to take Venom? Someone with a lot of hit points. I can't give them both to Audrey. That would make me feel bad. Oof. I guess we'll give it to Laurent, because he's on full health, and I don't think he's going to be doing any fighting, because he's pretty bad at it. So he won't be taking any damage that way. And we've got to do 2 damage as well. So let's give 1 over here to Audrey, and I guess we'll spread out the damage and give 1 to Kanan as well. And then we're going to activate the Zargrat Stabber, who's going to do 3 damage and an arm the poison, the Venom. I actually already did the Venom. I did this out of order. I apologize. I got excited. So 3 damage though. Woof. I'm not enjoying this. Kasumi's almost dead already. 1 on Gregory, I guess. 1 on Audrey and another 1 on Laurent. Or 1 on Laurent. Oof. Everyone's taking some damage. Quick, to the inn! Okay, and now I get my combat cubes back and we go again. So, let's have a quick look here. How are we going to do this? Dun, 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 dun. I think I'll start with the captain again, because I just kind of want to do straight up damage, but I hate how they've got these diagonal head spaces. It's so annoying. And I don't really care about these end of round abilities anymore either, because I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, I've done enough to kill them before the end of the round and they trigger those again. So let's start with the captain attacking. So I could attack the... I've only got +1 though, which is not very good. Oh no, I've still got the bonus from last time because I drew the 6. Okay, so let's attack the Zargrat Stabber then, I think. With the captain. Here we go. So I've only got +1 accuracy. This person's got 6 armor, but I'm going to have to spend my token, which is fine because I kind of planned to do that. So there's max synergy back, and that 4 becomes a 7. And we've hit. So let's go ahead and I've got 4 damage here. So I think I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I take 2 damage back myself. Okay. Now, let's see. We got somebody highly accurate. Let's go next with Mac, because I think Mac can hit and also potentially get a synergy here, give out her token again and not take any damage back. So we're going to attack the same character here, the Zargrat Stabber. So we've got +4, and that's a 5, so smashes it. And we'll put out the 2 damage that we've done in these final 2 spaces here and here, which unlocks the synergy, so the rat doesn't get it. And we get to give this token off to somebody else. So whoever attacks next is not going to be able to one-shot this guy. But we really need 3 damage to go out. So who can do 3 damage? Only Kanan. So here you go, Kanan. Kanan's going to attack the Zargrat Brawler. So here we go. Come on, Kanan. You can do it, buddy. He needs a 5. Hey, he's got a 5. So again, he didn't have to spend the synergy token. Well, it's better to plan ahead and not need your advantage, because I needed it this turn. Anyway, we'll go ahead and cover up body and legs there for 3, which means we're going to take 2 damage back. Blam, blam. We didn't get a synergy out of that though, so we can't pass off our token. So we just need someone to do 1 damage, and I think let's go with Raphael, because even if he misses, he can still attack first, which will kill the enemy, and then he won't be attacked back. That's a 3, which is a 6 anyway, so he's hit. He does 3 damage, which kills the Zargrat Brawler. Good job, crew! We did it, and we were only poisoned, weakened, and took a ton of damage. Doug says, I think after all players have gone and the enemy attacks, you're supposed to apply all the damage from the attack to one character and spill over damage that knocks them out. Oh, are you sure? Let me correct that, Doug, if you're right. As I said, I didn't actually... Let's have a quick look here. I can... this is easy to correct if it's true. So, end of round. Yes, he's right. Damage from one enemy card must all go to one crew member. Okay, well that's fine. We took 3 damage from the Zargrat Brawler, which I think I split up across Audrey, Laurent, and Marco as well, and Gregory. So we'll take Gregory's damage here, and we'll just put all 3 on Audrey. And then the 2 damage we took from the Zargrat Stabber we'll put onto Gregory. There we go. So that's done correctly now. Okay, but we've still killed all of our enemies, which is good, so we can clean off these cards and get back to the storybook. And hopefully we've done the right thing and the village hasn't burned down while we've been busy fighting the giraffe people. That would sure be nice. Difter, is the music too loud? I'm sure it's possibly because the different tracks have slightly different inherent volumes. But I can adjust it if you'd like it down a bit. It's no trouble at all. Here we go. Just bring that down a scotch. There we go. Let me know if that's better. I can always turn it down a bit more as well. Okie dokie. So back to the storybook. The remaining rat creatures flee to the forest. A wearied man in blood-stained toga seeks you out. You arrived just in time, but I wish you'd sent someone to put out the burning houses. At least some of them still stand. You did your best, though, I'm sure. Good ungrateful jerk. Are you kidding me? You can rebuild houses, but if the rats kill your people, then they're dead for good. You can't rebuild dead people unless you can, because there's necromancy or something. I don't know. A man from the village gives you a half-hearted thanks. Gain 2 coins, a grain, and 1 XP. Complete quest 1. Note: Last Hope is now liberated. In future, when you explore location 63 to visit and talk to the townspeople... in future actions, you may explore location 63 to visit the village and talk to the townspeople. Return to the ship. Well, I think we should probably do that, actually, before we leave, because... So let's resolve our rewards first. Because this was just action number 1 of this turn anyway. So we get a grain, coin, and 1 XP, which we write down here on our little sheet here. 1. Great. That's not enough to buy anything useful. I can't believe they wanted me to try and save the burning houses. Gosh darn it. Alright, we'll get rid of these combats. And where's the... That goes back over there. Alright, so... I guess let's just do another explore action. Go back into the village and talk to the people, because I don't see myself coming back here for a while. And now that I've done that, I'd like to at least resolve it. Incidentally, we've resolved this card here, Raids on Last Hope. So what we can do is find here, in the game box, the used quest box. Bum, bum, bum. So we take the Raids on Last Hope and put it in the used quest box. And now it's out of the game, and we no longer have that keyword raid to resolve. We've only got Pink Cottage now. Egger says, go back to the village. There's no going back to the village. Someone let all the buildings burn down. I mean, you're right, Heggers, but thanks. Thanks for that. I just feel bad. I wanted to be nice, and I failed. Okay, so for my final action, I shall take another explore action to go back to the village and see if maybe there's something I can do to help, to make amends, I guess. Or maybe we'll just have some more interesting options, because obviously we wouldn't have had these options if we didn't have these other things. It also says here, well, I won't read you actually what it says here, because I don't want to give you spoilers. Last Hope. The edge of the village rests well within the tall trees of the forest. The towering pines might have given a sense of protection, if not for the recent rat creature attack. You can explore the edge of the forest, eat at the fish house, visit Mikra's temple, or leave. So I feel like maybe if I eat at the fish house, we're going to recover some hit points. Or maybe we'll recover some fatigue. And if we go to Mikra's temple, it's probably the same. I don't know, maybe we'll discover like another quest or something at the temple we can talk to them about. I don't know. If we explore the edge of the forest, I feel like we might just wind up fighting more rat people. Don't know if that's what I want to do. Ugh. Oof. I kind of want to explore the edge of the... No, come on. I kind of want to explore the edge of the forest, though. Maybe we'll find something... We're not going to find anything useful at the edge of the forest. let's visit the temple. Seems like the most interesting. I have to pay a food, but I've still got enough food to make my various recipes here, so let's pay a vegetable and visit the temple. We might hear about some long-lost treasure or something. I'm thinking like a godly totem, maybe? Something like that. Okay. A woman with long braided hair teaches you how to make a tea offering using honey and flower petals. This will help you enter the ancient shrine to Valard on the isle to the west, she says. Though few return from that place. You learn how to enter the shrine to the west, gain quest 16, and then go back to 63. Oh, cool, I get to make another choice. Oh, cool! Oh, cool! That was double useful, because I get to do 2 things. Quest 16. The shrine to the west. Oh, I'm so fucking into this, guys. Alright. Tea offering. At the temple in Last Hope, we learned how to make an offering that will open a nearby shrine in the Red Rocks to the west. Well, I know where I'm going next. Anne's cottage is also to the west, so we can do 2 things at once. That's called efficiency, and it's how you win your road games. You heard it here too. First. So I guess we could eat at the fish house. I mean, I'm literally just giving them back the food and the money they just gave me for killing the rat people. Or we could explore the edge of the forest. I wonder if we eat at the fish house if it'll let me do another thing. I think it might. So let's eat at the fish house. Because I think that'll be useful to do. And there's a chance it'll let us do the other thing as well. So, you must try this gumbo, says the cook with a grin. It's my own recipe. I'll share it with you, though, if it's not too spicy for you. The cook shares a recipe. Restore 2 health and gain adventure card 1. Spicy gumbo. Yes! Okay, let's restore Kasumi, because she's got the most damage. Okay, another card. I should keep this box open. I don't know why I keep... Eloise says, let's see if you can find something. Don't worry, Eloise, we're going to go do that now. Wait, which adventure card 1? Right, that's just different to quest cards. Dun 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 dun. Adventure card 1. Spicy gumbo. So it takes 1 of each, but it's very good. Oh, cool. I need to get some meat. I know how to do that, though, because Laurent can fish and get us meat. Oh, Laurent is poisoned. This is still the same turn, though. But I probably should try and do something about that next turn. Okay. So, Eloise, now we are going to explore the edge of the forest. You find a hut in the middle of the forest. A withered man greets you. Hello, I'm Ulim, he says with a weary smile. You're those sailors from the raids. Thank you for what you did. Those demon rats have lived in the forest for years, but when they openly attacked our village, we were not prepared to defend ourselves. Well, I have another problem. My son went looking for pearls weeks ago and hasn't returned. I know where he went. A huge cave in a rocky island just south of the peninsula. A dangerous place where demons dwell. My son is greedy and I could not stop him. I fear he's already dead. Please, I feel you're the only chance he has now. Ulam asks you to search for his son. Gain quest number 4. And then go back to 63. So we could actually have done everything, which we did do. So now we can leave. Cool. Let's find the old man's quest. Do I care about your son? Rescue Ulam's son. A man named Ulam. We met a man named Ulam in the Last Hope. His son has gone searching for pearls in a cave south of the peninsula. I don't know what accent. That was different to the voice I gave him, so I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Okay, so... I mean, it's got to be this cave down here, right? I suppose we could sail down here, but I wanted to go over there. In any case, that's the end of the turn. Eddie says, I may have to back the Kickstarter for my father's work. Looks to be very intriguing. I haven't looked at it, Eddie. I guess I'll have to take a look now that you've mentioned it. We're just gonna have a quick refresh the coffee. Yum. And what do you think we should do next? Well, we're gonna have to take ship action, and then we're gonna have to resolve an event card. But where should we go? We can either go east towards the cottage, the treasure hunter's cottage, and then maybe continue. No, wait. Yeah, we go west towards the treasure hunter's cottage, and then maybe continue west to the next part of the map and find the red shrine, which we can now get into. Or we can go south and visit the market and try and find Ulim's son. Although, apparently, I mean, we could visit the market, which is a good thing to do because we can buy some equipment. But also, everyone's hurting, so we do need to do some healing as well. Okay. So I'm thinking there's nothing left for us to do here. What else we got here? We got Ulim's son. We got the tea offering, which is actually a quest. You can see it's a quest because it's got the little symbol on it. We got Anne's cottage, which is the treasure hunter's cottage, and then we got this snake attack keyword. Oh, so many keywords. Oh, one other thing I wanted to show you guys actually, which I haven't done yet, is I was going to mark the locations of the dungeons on the map, which is how you integrate the dungeons expansion, which if you back the Kickstarter you will have, and if you didn't you won't have, but I believe it will be available as an extra pack at retail. And I do also happen to have an extra dungeons pack, which I don't know what to do with, so maybe we'll give it away to someone. But the dungeons are located at different locations on the map here, and so what you can do is basically when you reach the location, you simply decide whether you want to do the normal thing or go to the dungeon, which is kind of cool. So the first dungeon is called the Desert Grotto at location 104. So you can just mark that down somewhere, wherever it is. Oh god, these are not in numerical order. Oh my god, suddenly I'm playing Macro Micro Crime City. There it is. This is the Desert Grotto dungeon. We've also got... Did I write dessert? I did. I wrote dessert. I like the Desert Grotto better, okay? Don't judge me. Crypt of Thorns at location 146. That sounds scary. 146. Oh my god. If I thought this was going to be this difficult, I would have actually done this off camera. I thought it'd be fun to see the dungeons thing, but now I realize what a fool I was. Oh yeah, look, all of these ones have little R's on. These are showing you that they're from the Tides of Ruin. So I guess this one isn't Tides of Ruin, so maybe these maps down the bottom are the only ones. Oh no, this is also Tides of Ruin up here, actually. So this one at the top is from the main game, which is off camera. Sorry. God. Can anyone see 146? Give me a hint, chat. Eddie, that's the theme of my father's work. Eddie says, it's an app-driven game, story-driven, app-driven. You play mad scientist trying to complete your father's work. If your character dies, you play his descendant and try to carry on the legacy. That sounds right up your street, Eddie. I can totally understand why you're into that. I'm also quite into it, actually. I think that sounds neat. I'm definitely going to check that out. Okay, here it is. What did I call this? The Thorn Crypt? Crypt of Thorns. Apparently these are very difficult. And we should only go there if we feel very prepared. The next one is called the Fishbone Vault, located at 181. Which I can't see. There it is. Oh god, that's really far north. I bet this one's really hard. Welcome to Dungeons and Trawlers. Hager says it's a Kickstarter. Of course you're into it. Hagers, I've been burned by enough Kickstarters to not just get... There's... Oh, good. Leave me alone. Don't be... Stop. You're right, though. I do love a luxury production, but there are so many bad Kickstarters. I'm going to talk about them, call them out. Like, this is a Coral Temple. Alright, what's next? Caldera Fortress, located at 92. Wow, that's all the way to the west. Caldera Fortress. That sounds interesting. It's probably also really hard. It's even further west from the City of Ashes. Sounds like something bad happened at the City of Ashes. The final one is called Blood Ruins, location 52. Oh my god. Blood. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Those are the dungeons. So I guess if we find some cool weapons or something, we can go do those dungeons. Okay, neat. Right. And so, a new turn begins, and we must put a damage onto... Who got venomed? Laurent. Oh, Doug did correct me, and I'm glad he corrected me about the end of round damage from the monsters. But I will point out that the monsters who deal the end of round effects, they definitely don't have to deal that to the same character that took the damage. Those things are distinct. I do remember that. And sometimes you do spread damage. It's just a monster attack that prevents you from spreading damage. Okay, but with this in mind, I think let's head over to the quarters, or we're going to draw an ability card. Although I have got 3 at the moment, which is kind of a bummer. I'm going to have to discard 1, but that's okay. Because what I really want is to clear off some of these command tokens, but I want some command tokens as well. So quarters seems like a good shout. So we're going to draw a card here. It's World Wisdom. Discard this equipment card to skip an event card. Now that sounds really clutch. So I'm going to add that to my hand, and I'm going to discard the other 4, because I think I would like to get Defend back into the deck. And then we can have 3 command tokens. And clear off 2 spots. So let's get rid of Gregory Little's things, because we're going to need to cure some weakness and some venom. And we'll clear off this one as well, the gear, because I don't need to draw any ability cards right now. Okay. And then I think I'm going to draw an event card. Or rather, I must. Merchant Vessel. A well-provisioned ship approaches. Convince them you need help. Cunning. Gain 1 grain. Or fail. -2 health. Or buy food. Pay a coin for 2 grain. Or bid farewell. I'm kind of tempted just to buy the grain. And then I could make some flapjacks. Flapjacks. I mean, pancakes. I mean, I feel like if I do the cunning check, I'm going to have to use some... I'm going to have to fatigue some characters, and then that kind of makes the 1 grain I'd gain out of it redundant. Because I just have to use that to unfatigue the characters I'd fatigued. If I had a character with higher cunning, I might be tempted to do it. But the best, because then I could fatigue just 1 character. So let's spend a coin and gain 2 grain. And then let's make some flapjacks. That costs 3 grain. So there we go. Now we can remove up to 3 fatigue and 3 health as well. So we can spread this out however we want. So let's just heal all of the wounded people. That's probably... No, I feel like that's a bad idea. Let's heal all 3 of Canaan's. Actually, I think that's probably a strategy. To leave people on full healing. To have some people on full health rather than everybody with a little bit of down. I don't know. Difter, yeah, oh, sorry, Eloise, yeah, this map is one of these. So the map you're seeing on the table is actually this one right here. So there's an awful lot more maps. So, okay. Right, what did I just do? I resolved the event card, bought food, and then I cooked some flapjacks. And now I guess I'm just going to pay these final 2 tokens to get rid of this venom. We're going to do some actions. So, I guess maybe we travel south and do the market action and look for Ulam's son. Thing is, if I find him, I'm just going to come back up here. I kind of feel bad for the guy, but also I just don't know if I want to spend like 2 more turns sailing back and forth, ferrying his son around. Is that the best use of my time? Maybe we sail off for a bit, and then maybe one day we'll come back and do it. That we're not coming back. We're probably not going to sail off and come back. So this is it, chat. I want to see votes in chat to save Ulam's son. Do you want to see it done, or shall we just head west? Go check on the treasure hunt. I mean, I'm going west eventually anyway. But do we take at least 2 turns out to try... Well, probably more like 3 turns out, really, to go and try and find Ulam's son. I want to see them votes. Hager says, save him. It's the right thing to do. Well, but what if I save him and then I don't get home? Eddie says sail west. Oh, God. Now I've got conflicting votes. I need more votes. Come on, people. Vote. Thank God we brought a liberal stock of coffee on this voyage, or else we'd be in real trouble. Real trouble indeed. Well then, if nobody else is going to vote... Doug, I have seen the port. I'm familiar with the port. The port's all the way over there. I'm not going port. Oh, he says that might help you decide. Why? Oh, you mean because we can stay at the inn? Yeah, but I'm not going towards the port. The port's all the way over here, and I'm either going here to save the kid, or I'm going up to the cottage up here. Fortunately, port's too far. But yeah, you're right. Giving everybody some health back would probably be a good idea. But if we go here, we're going to stop off at the market first, and hopefully we can buy someone a cool weapon or something. Difter says, Emma Force, I have 3 quests. These are all quests. It's which quest we pursue first. Alright, seeing as how we got a lot of a lot of indecision in chat. I've got the 2 quest cards here. I got the cottage and the sun. I'm going to shuffle them up randomly onto the table and then deal one out. Alright, here we go. We're just going to leave it up to fate. Ulam's son, your fate is in the hands of the gods now. Here we go. Alright, I'm going to show one to the green screen, and this is what we're doing. Cottage! Sorry, Ulam's son, your fate has been sealed. Maybe one day we'll pass this way again, but it's not this day. Okay. So, with that in mind, the first action we're going to take then is travel. I'm not going to spend any cunning on it. Exactly, Emma4s. The quests is part of the replayability of the game, which I, for one, absolutely love. We got a 5 there, which actually gives us 2 movement, but we don't need it. So we're only going 1 space. Flip flop. Over to here. And the second action is to explore 34. Storybook. Come here! Alright. You cross a bridge with wooden planks that dangle like loose teeth. Strength 5! Well, good news is we've got Raphael here, so we're going to fatigue Raphael to do this. I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't have any command points anymore. Oh, do I want to fatigue someone else as well? Do you know what? Yeah, I think I will. I really don't want to fail this. It sounds bad. But what happens if I fail? It does actually tell me. -3 health. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's a 4. We're fine. Beyond the bridge is Anne's cottage, nestled among the fir trees in the soft breeze. Inside, a woman stirs a pot of broth. A blue lizard lounges on her grey hair like a sultan on a pillow. Only briefly, she looks up and sets her gaze on Mac. "You won't leave here with my map," she says, "but you can have some soup." So, we've got 2 options here. We can ask Anne why she won't give us the map, or we can accept the soup while secretly looking for the map, which is Perception 8. Ooh, do we steal the map? Audrey, you are absolutely 0 use to us right now, which means that we could potentially have a perception of 4 if we fatigue 4 characters, which is still only like a 50-50 chance of success. Oh, we've also got the engine steward that we could discard to add a success. Or we could just talk to her and like try to be reasonable. I guess let's talk to her. Maybe we can reason with her, or maybe we'll be given this option again. Eloise, I think you must be watching the stream like about 5 minutes or something from the current live situation, but I appreciate your vote, and I'm glad that it went your way. I don't help I don't know why I've given her this accent. Why does everyone have this accent? I don't help totem seekers anymore. We're better off letting the gods sleep. Anne sips her soup, lifting the spoon to the lizard on her head, and then extending it to Mac. Mac pushes the spoon away. Don't you want to see your family again? Of course, but I can't. The gods have nursed their rage for centuries, and they want revenge against these islands. They won't forget their captors or show any mercy. I can't give you that map. So, we've got 2 options now. Convince Anne you'll look for another way to get home if she gives you the map. Restrain Anne and search for the map. Wow. Or set the house on fire and leave. If she won't give you the map, you want it destroyed. Well, I'm not doing that. Jeez. That's rough. I think we probably restrain Anne and search for the map, just because I'm good at strength. I could, because of Raphael, I can do that. I don't feel good about it, but she's obviously got a bad case of Stockholm Syndrome, this Anne. And we need that map, I guess. I don't know. I mean, cunning. We could try cunning. I do have a reasonable amount of cunning across the group. But I'm also just lying to her. What's worse, being honest and forceful, or lying and being deceitful? Basically, I mean, robbing her is no good, but lying's not great either. But those are my choices, because I'm not going to burn her house down. That's definitely the worst. Yeah, and she could still save the map from the fire at the forest, even if I did set the house on fire, right? We don't even know the map's in the house. So I guess I'm gonna use strength here. So I'm actually gonna double fatigue Raphael. So hopefully that we don't have too many more strength tests. I'll put a fatigue over here on Laurent as well. So that gives us a 3. We need a 6 for success. So fingers crossed this goes our way. Oh yeah, nailed it. Actually, we would have succeeded at the cunning as well, I think. Mac tears through the cottage while Raphael and Laurent restrain Anne outside. How did it know? How did it know? It literally says in the book, Raphael and Laurent restrain Anne. That's nuts. Mac emerges with the map and waves it in Anne's face. With all your talk, you still had the map. You just wanted it for yourself. Mac glares at her, fuming, but Anne turns away. Ooh, gain a coin, a grain, 1 low morale, and 1 XP. Complete quest 2. Gain quest 6. Return to the ship. So I got a coin. Did I also just rob her then? And take her food? I mean, I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. 1 XP. I have to leave a little note here that I'm keeping a tally. Otherwise, I'll think I have 11. Okay. And someone gets low morale. Okie dokie. That's fine. We'll just have to cheer you up. What does low morale do? Challenge. You must pay a coin to participate in a challenge. Well, let's give it to Raphael, because he can't even do any challenges right now, so we'll just have to cheer him up. He doesn't feel good about having restrained Anne. And I sympathize with you, bro. I do. It wasn't very nice that we had to do that. But we needed that map, and she gave us no choice. And then discard quest 2 and gain quest 6. Back into the little tuck box with you, quest. Now let's find out what's going on next. Does the map say go to the shrine to the west? Anne's map. We took a map from Anne's cottage. It leads into the forest on the isle to the east. Oh, I was just there! The isle to the east. That's a peninsula. Is that an island? Hang on, let me check my map here. I mean, we're here. So I guess the isle to the east is this, but that's not got anything on it. So then it could be that, but that doesn't really look like it's a forest. So I think her map must be going here, right? This location leads into the forest on the isle to the east. It's got the keyword falcon on it, which I don't know anything about. But it's a big island, the isle to the east. See? See how big it is? Look how big it is. Maybe we were intended to go here before we went to the fishing village. But when I explored the forest, all I found was the old man. Maybe if I say... Oh my god. So many choices. Too many options. I don't know what to do. Well, I do know one thing's for sure. I'm all out of actions. That's the end of the turn. So now it's back to the top of the turn. And I'm going to have to move the little Manny. And I probably should go to the Zikara trading post as well. I wonder if I'll be able to get enough travel to get there. Let's head over to the deck and see if we can find some more food, maybe. Ah, I need more of these command coins, though. But I'm full up on... Well, I could use the bandage to heal someone. That would be good. Bandage card here. Yeah, let's... I can't stay where I am. That's annoying as well. Let's head over here, actually, to the galley. Oh, I only get 2 command for that. That's not enough. Okay, we're going to sick bay. We're going to sick bay. I'm going to draw a card. See if I like it better than what I've got. It is the defensive stance. It's a 5 card. Block 1 during the end of the round enemy attack. I mean, that's very good. But it's also 5, so I think I'll leave it in the deck. And then I'm going to grab 3 commands. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to heal a wound off of somebody, which is going to be Kasumi, I think. Because oh no, we should take it off of Sophie, actually, which is amazing, much useful. Right. And then I think we spend 2 of these to equip the bandages on someone who's not really much of a fighter, who also has a nautical symbol. It's Laurent, but I don't need to heal him. Well, let's go ahead and give it to Gregory, I think, because he's got 2 damage on him, and he also doesn't. He's got a savvy symbol, so now he's got savvy 2. I like that. Heal 2 of those immediately, which is good. And we'll go ahead and spend this last one to trigger Sophie's ability to remove the low morale from Raphael. Well, actually, it's not really urgent. Let's maybe wait before we do that, because until he heals his fatigue, there's nothing he can do. Crashed airship. You find a Lucron airship stuck on some rocks. Search the airship, draw 2 tokens, and choose one and apply the effects of both, or leave the airship and draw a fate card. If it's a 1 or a 2, gain a low morale. Now, let's search the airship. Get a bonus search action. That's cool. What do we find? Okay, we find a meat, a grain. Oh, we only get to choose 1 though. So we can have a meat and a grain. Yeah, let's take the meat and the vegetable, and then also we take ship damage. And the ship damage is going on location 4. God damn it, that's the galley again. I have a weak galley, guys. This is no good. So it's a good thing that we hung on to our command point, because now we can trigger the spicy gumbo. And we discard 1 of each of these things to restore 3 fatigue. So we'll flip that back over. Get rid of these 2, I think. And restore 3 hit points as well. So let's do 1 for the captain. And 1 for Kasumi and 1 for Mac, I think. Hooray! Spicy gumbo. It's the best. Now 2 actions. So we do travel. We're heading west to the shrine. Got a 6! Oh my god, that gives us 2 movement. That's awesome. So we're going in here, where we have to pass a cunning 5 test, or else take a low morale. So, I guess we can fatigue someone. We'll fatigue Marco to get +1 to this. I'm not optimistic, but I think it's worth it, just in case. Oh, another 6! Oh my god, all the 6s. I'm going to be in trouble in a minute. So, no low morale for us. And then we move on off of the page. Oh my god, we get to move the book. This is exciting. I'm going to move it off camera so you guys can't see all the pages in between, unless I'm minimizing the spoilers. Bam! Oh my god, there's a volcano now. The City of Ashes? What? Oh my god, this is right on the edge of the, right on the edge of the world. Hey, there's a dungeon here. Isn't there? Yeah, this is where the Caldera Fortress is. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, look at that. Lucrous City in the Hive Tower. What is that? Look at all these volcanoes. Oh my god. City of Ashes. So, where's this shrine? As the temple in Last Hope, we learned how to make an offering that will open a nearby shrine in the red rocks to the west. Oh my god, hang on. Is it not this far west? Sorry, I just picked up the book in front of you. That was probably really annoying. Oh, god damn it. The shrine is probably this, isn't it? Up here, look. That's west of there. Frickin' idiot. Oh well, whatever. I'm here now. Okay. Lesson 1. Look at where you're going. Don't just assume west means off the map to the west. Like I've just done. Emma Force says, real quick, how do you think this game will play with more than one person? Because making choices between 4 people sounds rough. In before Mike becomes the Fire Nation. Emma Force, I think that this game will be best at 2. I mean, if you're a solo player, it's probably best at 1. I think there's a captain's token, which is the active player, and I think the active player probably always has final say. So long as you're not playing it with someone who gets really annoyed when you didn't pick their option, you'll probably be alright, because someone will always have the final decision. The active player will, so, you know, that'll break the ties or whatever, and everyone will get to have a choice. It'll be fine. Okay, so, now that I'm here, I get to decide whether I stay down here or go somewhere else. I'm kind of tempted to go to the port, but seeing as I just sailed all the way over here, I don't want to just straight away go to the port, because it's expensive. Although I could go to the market, and we could explore the City of Ashes. I don't necessarily have to do a port action. I don't really feel like we've taken... And I feel like we're still in fairly good condition. So let's maybe stop off in here and use the market, actually, because I think we could use some more items. So we'll do a market action and see what we can buy. All right, here we go. So we've got Scout's gear. So you can spend 1 for 2 perception. That's really good. Alzarian cookbook. Cook 1 recipe for 1 fewer token and do not pay the command cost. That's great. That's actually really... Don't underestimate how good that is. A pan shield. 1 token to block 2. Also good. Cake. Spend 1 wheat to get rid of 2 low morale. I mean, I don't want to pass up an opportunity for cake. Grilled fish. 1 meat and 1 veg. Get rid of 3 things. And oh, that's really good. That's way better than the spicy gumbo. It's all food recipes. Oh my god, a vegetable pie. That's also good. It's very expensive. And the singing necklace. I guess I put this back on top. The active player gains 2 command at the start of each combat. I mean, that's incredible, but it's also really expensive. So I've got 7. No, I've got 8, in fact. So I could afford the singing necklace. The active player gains 2 command at the start of each combat. That's really good. That just means I get 2 command at the start of each combat. I think that that's really, really strong. These recipes are all great. But I kind of want the Alzarian cookbook. I think I can get more recipes. But this item I'm not going to find again. It's going to give me a discount on all future cooking. Yeah. So I take these 2 and it bankrupts me. Damn it. Now I definitely can't afford the port action. Buy money. How do we get more money, please? Money, please. Someone's getting demoted as navigator. I used all my navigation skills to keep that U-boat sailing. And now I'm all out of navigation. Okay. Well, that's the end of the turn. So we'll start a new turn. I'm tempted to just explore the City of Ashes and then go back. Because I don't really have anything else that prompts me to be here. But I'd quite like to do something on this map before I leave, other than just do a market action, which I can do anywhere. So with that in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send my little guy up here to the bridge, because I can get rid of all of these tokens. So unlock everything. And I also gain 2 and draw a card. Enraged. Gain 1 combat command when you explore. Engaged. That's good. Quite like that. Could equip that on Raphael and just have him nail strength checks. Very tempted by that. Alright, here we go. The event card might have a strength check on it. Am I going to do that? Spend all my command already? Let's see what we get. Zombie Merchant. A half-zombified woman sells wares in an ancient boat. Huh. Trade with her. You may purchase any number of food tokens. Each set of 3 food tokens costs a coin. If you trade, draw a fate. 1 to 3, gain 1 weakened. That's a great rate. I have no money. Bye! I bid farewell. She's like, would you like to trade? I'm like, sure would, but I'm broke, zombie lady. She's like, okay, bye. So I'll spend 2 to equip Enraged. Down here on Raphael. Engaged. Engaged. Cool. He's still got low morale, though, so he can't even do a test if I need him to. I need one more command point, and then I can trigger Sophia. I'm not going to get any more command until next turn, or else if I trigger combat, and then I can do it after the combat. In any case, let's explore the City of Ashes. This is fun. Doug says, you can get more money by killing things and doing stuff. This is true. This is true. Okay, here we go. Time for the next story. Are you guys happy for me to read the story with this camera? Do you like seeing the map while I read? Or would you like me to go back to the main camera? For story time, you can have it like this, you see. Story time. City of Ashes. A circle of tents sits amid endless fields of stony ruins. The encampment flies a blue banner depicting a moon rising over mountains, the colors of the Pan nomads. You are welcome here, wanderers. This place was once the capital of the Pan Empire. We come here to remember the power we once held, says a man with a long beard. We offended Shorm, and she wrought a cruel destruction upon us, covering the city in lava and ash. This was before the gods slept, of course. Now we are humble nomads, grateful to be safe and at peace. You enter a camp near a ruined city. You can visit the Tent of the Elders, follow Vime into the destroyed city, which requires the keyword guide. We don't have that, so we can't do it. Visit the Herbalist. Pay 3 coins and gain some healing. Well, we don't have any money. There's other stuff that happens. The only thing we can do is visit the Tent of the Elders. Everything else requires keywords we don't possess. So let's do that. Let's visit the Tent of the Elders. I can see you long for your homes, says the woman, wrinkled and pale in white robes. I can help you, but first, I ask you to deliver this letter. Gain quest 130, and then go back to the first part. So that's it. So we gained a quest 130 and then return to the ship. Well, maybe this will give us something to do now that we're sailed all the way over here. This is often how my adventure games go. Just randomly wandering off and doing random stuff. Hey, Heggers, thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one. I don't know how much more we'll do tonight, but I'm really into it. Alright, here we go. Quest 130. Pan letter. A Pan elder woman said she would help us if we delivered a letter for her. She wants us to take it to a village just outside of Glance in the northern mountains. The northern mountains. Where the hell do you suppose that is? There's like... So we're here. There's a big volcano. Is this the Northern Mountains? Is this the Northern Mountains? Or is this the Northern Mountains? I think if it was west, she would have said... Or if it was over here, she would have said west, right? Also, that's the Caldera Fortress down there. Oh, you guys can't see that. Down there, that's the Caldera Fortress. Ooh. Okay. Well, I guess let's just do a travel and see what we get. Because if we get travel 1, we'll just go up here and maybe explore something here. And if we get travel 2, we can head straight over here and have a look at this position. Because I think it might be this. Plan. Well, that's a 1, which is travel 1. So I guess we're just going to pop. one spot up here. Wow, you can equip this card for 2 things, which is good because it gets it out of the deck and gets you a craft, but it gives you the cleaning ability. Instant effect, lose 1 morale because you've got to do chores. Wow, the 1 cards suck. This one was really good. This one was good. Is craft just a better stat? Because this costs 2 to equip and it's a 1, and it's a restore 2 health to this crew member. Okay. So we've moved up north a bit, and now we are going to take another boat action. I want to get... I think I'll just head back to sickbay. Because everyone's sick and I can't go galley anyway. So let's head back to sickbay. We can heal up one of our fighters. Draw another card. Probably should like draw the card first. Oh, that's pretty cool. Refine. It's a 2 as well. It's only 1 to equip. And then you can gain this ability. Spend a command to repair 1. So I'm discovering that these blue command tokens are super duper useful. Like, just really, 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 really useful. Alright, and then we get 3 command, which is really good. Let's throw these down here. And then I think I'm going to spend 1 command point, actually, to equip Refine. And I'm going to put it on Audrey, even though she's weakened. I don't imagine she's going to be weakened forever. At least I hope not. And then I'm going to spend 1 more of these to use the Alzarian cookbook to cook some food at a discounted rate. Question is, what am I going to cook? So I think I'm going to cook the soup, just because it gets rid of the low morale here. Yeah, let's do that. So we cook the soup. We have to get rid... Now I've got no food and no money. I'm all out of supplies, folks. This feels bad. Alright. And there we go. Let's go and resolve an event. Blam! Hidden rocks, sharp rocks hidden below below a forest of seaweed, threaten the ship. Dodge the rocks. Savvy 5, or fail 1 ship damage. I mean, I don't super care about 1 ship damage, but you never know, right? So let's go ahead and fatigue Gregory. After all, he's got a bunch of savvy. Hopefully he'll save us. Save us, Gregory! Do your best! 3 plus 2 is 5, so we've passed. Nice. Good job, Gregory. I preferred the zombie merchant. Alright, 59 or 121, folks. We can either explore the beach or this bay. Eddie says, this looks pretty cool so far. I may have to pick it up at retail. Eddie, I'm really enjoying it. I'm just having tons of fun. I want to explore all of this. There's so much content. Even if you don't have tides of... Like, nothing you've seen here so far basically isn't in the core set. There might be some extra merch cards in the market here that I've got from Tides of Ruin, I think. But all of the like story content and the characters in the book and monsters and everything that you've seen so far are all from the core set. Did I do an explore last turn? I'm just thinking, when did I equip engage? Engaged. I think I equipped that. I think I should have had a command token when I explored the City of Ashes from engaged. Because that just gives you a command when you explore. Difter says beach is closer to the target. Actually, Difter, you're right. I did say 121 might actually be where I'm supposed to go, so let's do that. And Doug says, I think this is the best storytelling adventure board game I've played in a couple of years, and there's some good ones out there. Doug, what other ones do you like? Also, yeah, I think I'm really enjoying this so far. So let's go ahead and explore 121, which gets me another command point, thanks to engaged. Gain 1 command when you explore. So good. Explore all the time. You sail beneath an orange, dusty sky. Something below the waves glows. Unfortunately, if we want to investigate the glow, we require the diving suit, which I don't have. So all we can do is search for supplies on the rocky shore nearby, gain materials, and return to the ship. So materials are just these little wooden pieces here. So we got our materials. We can use that to repair ship damage. And I'm going to make a little note on my map. That there was an intriguing glow. And I need the diving suit. Where am I? What's going on? Here. Diving suit. Token. Doug says, Tainted Grail, Etherfields, Hexplore, and Gloomhaven. Well, that's true. I've played most of those. I haven't played Hexplore, which I've heard okay things about. Oh god, we're onto the slightly more dangerous events now. Right, I've got one more action, which I'm going to use to travel, because we're just going to putter over here and check out number 6. Blam! Wow, we got 2 movement out of that. Which I'm only using 1. What a bummer. But we go in here. And we're going to have to pass a cunning check. Or else we take 1 low morale. I don't really want to do that. But I also have a feeling like passing a 5 check is probably not going to happen unless I fatigue someone. Oh, well, I might as well try. Just see. Nope. Well, a good thing I didn't fatigue anyone, because I wasn't going to pass that unless I fatigued 3 people. So someone's got low morale. Oh god, I've got a lot of low morale going on at the moment. Let's give it to Marco, because I don't think he's going to be participating in any major challenges at the moment. Marco's feeling a bit bummed out, folks, but don't worry, we'll cheer him up. Okay. And that's the end of the round. So, back to the top, and got lots of wonderful tokens and no food at all. So let's go do a search, I think, is the next step. We get 2 commands, and we're going to do searching for goods. Alright, what's the first one? Something good. Hey, meat and veg. Let's just live with this. I don't want to draw anymore. Nice. Difter says, a diving suit. I wonder if that could be gathered from Ulim's son, who was looking for pearls in the cave. God, Difter, I'm glad you're on my team, buddy. I'm glad you're here, because you're thinking like a smarty pants. Whereas I just wandered off to a volcano instead of going to the shrine or whatever I was supposed to be doing. I'm like, my Manticore has ADHD. So we got our goods there from our diving thing. So now we're gonna do the event card here. Rats. A swarm of rats infests the cargo bay. Exterminate them. Cunning 7. Fail. Lose 4 health. Or ignore the rats. Place this card next to the ship board until you reshuffle the event deck. Each time you draw fate 1 to 2 when traveling, lose a food. I don't have good cunning. If I wanted to pass a cunning 7, I'm probably going to have to engage at least 3 people. I like the idea of the rats eating food. Then again, I travel. How many times am I gonna draw 1 to 2 when traveling? He said, probably. No, that's gonna get really annoying, I imagine. I don't have any money, so the inn is not a good option right now. Look, game is hard. I've got all these command tokens now. I should. I don't have a lot of food though, so let's engage a couple of people. If necessary, we can use the gear to redraw as well. So let's. Who's got cunning? You can't participate. You've already got a fatigue anyway. Let's engage Kasumi and Kanan. Come on, show me a good one. Blam! 2, that's 4. I need a 5 up. Oh, I'm not going to get a 5 up. I should have equipped more people. What was I thinking? Well, let's try one more. Fingers crossed. Should have equipped more people. Blam! Hey! Nailed it! I knew that was going to happen. Not a problem. It's fine. We exterminated the rats. Ha ha! Just like I planned. Okay, well, I can't actually cook food, but I can't actually do that. So I think I'm going to spend 2 of these to equip a card. But I really like this one, World Wisdom Skip an Event card. I'm going to give that to Audrey. I really need to cure her weakened as well. Actually, maybe I should do that. I was going to use Gloria to draw 2 more ability cards. But Audrey can't actually use her craft at the moment, which could be really useful. Because she's got this weakened condition. She's also badly hurt. I'm not a good boss. I don't think I'm going to need craft right now. So maybe we heal her up next turn. Just get 2 more ability cards in case I need to discard these on my next adventure. So we've got Maintain, which is also a craft. And a good one to prepare actually because it's a 1. And we've got Lessons. 2. At the start of each turn, remove all command from this crew member. Oh, that's great. I should give that to Gregory. And then he can get rid of the command for healing venom and stuff. And he gets another savvy. Oh, I'm not looking forward to having to prepare all of these all over again. But we'll go ahead and we'll do an explore action number 6. And we gain 1 command from engaged. Nice. Eddie's like rats to the new doors. Now, you see how quickly I took care of those rats, Eddie? They're definitely not as bad as doors. The coals of a fire are still hot, but the entire campsite is empty. You find a recently deserted campsite. Option A, ransack the camp. Perception 5, fail, -2 health. Or wait for the campers to return. God, you know, I always want to be the good guy, and then I'm just going to get in trouble. Yeah, that's it for our options. I'm going to wait for the campers to return. I don't want to ransack their campsite and then just scarper. Maybe next time we'll be villains. That'd be quite fun to replay and just be total dirtbags. Although they'll probably be like, oh yeah, do you want to trade? Do you have any money? And I'll be like, no. No, I am Sea Hobo. Sea Hobo. A party of Lucrans, dressed in wedding garb and dancing wildly, return to see you sitting in their camp. They seem to think you're pirates, an assumption partly caused by their inebriation, and they rush at you. You exit as quickly as possible and return to the ship. But not before collecting a small treasure on your way out. Gain 1 coin. Well, I'm glad we weren't mean to them. And I've got a money now. 1 money. But it's better than no money. So let's explore 65 then while I'm here, you know. Because, I don't know, if that could be the mountains to the north, I guess, also. And I get 1 more command because I'm... Ooh, actually, also, now that I've got 1 more command, who wants this other ship thing? Let's equip it on Laurent. He's also got a crafty point. And when that's equipped, we can immediately fix 1 part of the ship, so we'll fix that. Hooray! Alright, 65. Dun, 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 dun. A sleek red ship with sails like... Wait, 65? Yeah. Uh-oh. A sleek red ship with sails like dragon wings pursues you, latching onto the hull. Warriors in red garb carrying double-headed spears swing onto the deck. "You will not wake the gods!" they scream. Combat. Ooh. Okay. Uh-oh. Alright. Not feeling... Oh, combat. I get 2 more command. Where's my map? I should cross off these ones I've done. Like, don't go back here. This was a drunk wedding party. That was dumb. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was just pirates. There might be more stuff there, so I'll leave that one. And... I've done there as well. Who we got here? Did I really exterminate the rats? Or are they going to come back as zombie rats? Oh no. Zombie rats. The zombie rats, they still only eat wheat though and the food stuff. So they're like, grains. Grains. Okay. I'm hilarious. I know. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Alright. Who we got? We've got Dream Guardian 3 and his mate Dream Guardian 2 and his mate Dream Guardian 1. 3 Dream Guardians. Oh, and they're all different. Slightly different. Okay. Sorry, Dream Guardian 2. 1 is kind of invisible, but also he looks the same as the other 2. They all look the same. So Dream Guardian 1 is the greatest because he has an extra defense. Oh, they make you discard ability cards? I hate these guys. Oh, I have to cover those up. I don't want to get rid of my ability cards. I spent all my command equipping them. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, these guys suck. Ugh. There's no flee mechanic either. I'm just stuck here until everybody dies. Or I kill everybody. Okay. I need better weapons. I didn't find any weapons when I went to the store. Okay, but I get 2 combat token. 2 of these things. Thanks to my singing necklace. What are these actually useful though right now? Nothing. Oh yeah, all of my abilities. Of course. Duh. Okay. So I think the captain... No, we attack first with Mac, so we can give the synergy to the captain, so that she definitely hits, because she does all the damage. So, right, who's Mac going to attack? Who does the least damage? Our middle guy, Dream Guardian 2, does the least damage. And if we get a good hit, we can get the head and the body, and then we cover up a discard ability. We'll take 4 damage, though, which is rough. Well, here we go. I need a 5-up. Blam! Oh yeah, nailed it. So we do 2 damage to this guy. And I can spend 2 command tokens to do an additional damage. How do I feel about that? I actually think that's a good idea because... God, there's literally no good splash damage opportunities here or here. But if I do an additional damage, I can cover the legs. Because if I leave the head and the legs open, I'm going to have to hit him twice more. So I'll spend 2 command tokens here. Cover up this one to do an extra damage. I'm going to put 3 damage on this guy. Oh, I've already got a damage on me. Oh god, he's going to kill me if I don't cover up that damage on him. Oh my god. I say kill me, I mean I'll just be out of the fight, unable to do anything until healed. Which I'm kind of okay with, actually, because I don't... Even if I took 1 less damage, I probably still wouldn't be able to do much. Unless I killed someone. I guess if we kill this guy before the end of the round, though. David's like, use the U-boat to sink the Manticore. A good idea. Okay, new plan. That's 1, 2, 3 damage, like that. So this way I'll survive, and then the next person can get these 3 and just kill him. And I've still got synergy, so I can give my +2 token to the boss. And I'm going to take 3 damage back, which leaves me on 1 health. Okay. Can I activate Mac twice in combat? I don't think so. Pretty sure it's one activation per round. Just want to make sure that that's true. Okay, maximum of two combat tokens. So you can attack twice in a single round, but that's it. Interesting. I suppose that makes sense if you're playing with 4 people. No, because then you wouldn't have all that many tokens. David K says, I have this game on order and I can't wait to get it. Oh man, like, I'm so enjoying it already, even though I'm currently being killed by pirates who kind of look like dream knights. But I'm going to activate the captain, because if she hits the Dream Guardian 3, she can actually just kill it outright, which is kind of awesome. Potentially, I could kill 2 Dream Guardians. Ideally, I kill both of these guys this round, and then damage this guy so he doesn't use his discard ability. That would be grand. He's just going to wipe someone out. He's a jerk. He's got 5 damage on him. Look, because he does 3, plus 2 more. Ugh. Okay, so here we go, Captain. She's attacking Dream Guardian 3 over here. So we got a 3, which is a 4 for her, which misses, but we're going to spend the synergy token that we just got from Mac to up that to a 6, which is a hit. Which is 4 damage. God, I need some better weapons. So we'll go down 2 here, and then 1 here, and 1 here. So that kills the Dream Guardian 3, so we don't get hit back, and also activates a synergy as well. So we can pass our diagonal attack over to someone who's got a lot of tokens. We'll give it to Kasumi, actually, because she can do 3 damage. We could also give it to Kanan, who also does 3. Who's going to attack next, though? I really need someone to hit the other 5. Kasumi's got a better chance of that. But Raphael has an even better chance of it. And he'll get a synergy from it as well. So Raphael will go next. And then I guess... Oh god. I'm trying to think because we got this guy up here's got 6. So I need to hit him as well. But I need someone to hit this guy with 2 more damage. I don't want him to be alive at the end of the round with that discard ability. That's awful. I'm just trying to think what I would use the... Oh, yeah, that's actually a good one. Let's give the diagonal to Kasumi, actually. And I'll tell you why. Because I can trigger with my... Oh, combat cube on Captain Sophia. And we'll give another combat cube back to Mac. Because Mac will do 2 damage. And she's got +4 to hit, so... We'll kill this person. And will be killed in return. Unless she misses. Don't miss! Ah, it's a 2. That's 6. She's fine. Actually, I don't think she could have missed there. But what we can do now is a 1, 2, and that's got another synergy on it. So we can pass back our accuracy token. Mac is great. She's obviously been living here for 15 years. And we'll give that to Kasumi as well. Is there a limit on the number of synergy tokens I can spend per combat? Am I limited to 2? I don't think so. So because we killed that character, we don't need to make a counterattack. Synergy tokens can be returned without activating them. You cannot use your own synergy tokens. No, it doesn't say anything about being limited to 1 token or only spending 1. So I presume it's fine. So Kasumi then attacks this guy here. And he's got 6 armor. We've got up to +4, so fingers crossed. No, it's a 1. The one thing that screws us. Oh, but she's got an ability. Hang on. Kasumi's got an ability. I have to look it up because I can't quite remember what it does. It's either +1. I think it's going to be fine, though. It's either got +1 or redraw the card if it is a 1. So let's do that. Come on, Kasumi, you can do it. I believe in you. What's your ability do? Exactly. Tell me exactly what your ability does. It just says redraw fate. Yeah, I assume then that's redraw the fate if it's a 1. Because the symbol is the redraw fate symbol. And it's just the same symbol but with a 1 on it. So we'll just go ahead and redraw fate with that. So there's my final command point. Block that off. Come on, something better. Yeah, 4. Okay, so that's 6. Actually, we didn't even need the bonus from Max, so I guess we'll hang on to that. And that gives us 3 damage. So we can spend the synergy from Captain Sophia to put the 3 damage out like this. Actually, how am I going to do this? What do I want to do? 5 damage. That's a big hit for someone to take. Woof. But I think my best shot here... I don't want to cover up all 3 hearts, because then he's just going to discard an ability card and do 5 damage. So I think someone's taking a bunch of damage from this guy next turn. And probably kill him in 2 swings next turn. So maybe we just cover up all of his bullshit, so we take less damage now. rather than taking 5 a bunch of times. Yeah, I think that's probably best. There's no synergy there, though, is there? No, that's a bummer. Okay, so we've spent the captain's token to do that. And those are the 2 cards I drew. So it's the end of the round. The Guardian's going to do 3 damage to somebody. So we'll put it down on Raphael. I think he's feeling pretty chipper at the moment. He's got 7 hit points, so he's feeling all good. And then it's back to the top, and we're going to start. The captain's probably not going to hit, though. I was just about to say, I think we'll start with the captain so that I can use her synergy. But actually, she's probably not going to hit. And if we start with Mac, Mac will die. So, I think... So I had used that on Kasumi. So I think actually we start with Kasumi again, because she's most likely to hit. And she'll do 3 damage. Yeah, we start with Kasumi then. We're going to take 3 damage back. Ooh. Blam! So that's 3, 4, 5. We'll return Mac's token to get it up to 7. 3 damage to this guy. And I guess let's how are we gonna do this? We don't have the diagonal bonus anymore, so I think we go 1, 2, 3. The boss can't do 3 though either. The boss can do 4, but she's not gonna have enough space. Yuck. Oh, no, that's not going to help me. Dang it. One, 2. God, dang it. Probably should have taken the extra damage and kept the diagonal for this turn. But hindsight's a jerk. It is a jerk. Hindsight's a jerk. 5 damage. I don't think I've got... Well, the thing is, the only way someone can do 5 damage is Sophia, if she's got my synergy token. But I can only give her the synergy token by blocking off the path for the 5 damage. So it's like irrelevant. It's so annoying. So someone else is going to have to hit this guy. She's just kind of bumming me out. Yeah, I blew it. I could have taken 1 more damage last turn to prevent like a 3 damage hit this turn. So now I'm upset with myself. Yeah, if only leg had a synergy symbol on it. Alright, well, I guess I hit up leg, and that's all I can do. No, God, that feels such a waste. Oh, I hate this. Okay, 1, 2 like this, then. Oh, 1, 2, 3, why not, right? Damn it. Okay. We take 3 damage. We can give our bonus token over to somebody. I guess we give it to Mac, right? Doesn't matter. Mac will die anyway if she attacks. But I've got to do 2 attacks, because the only way I don't have to do 2 attacks is with Sophia's token, and she needs to attack to give it to somebody. Unfortunately, I can't keep wailing on the dead people, because then I could try to trigger their synergy tokens, but they're dead, so that's not possible. Dang it, if only I had something that just like dealt a damage. Oh, well, someone won't take a damage, actually. Yeah, so I don't want Mac to go first, so I need to give... Who else is... Okay, we'll give it to Raphael, although I don't think he needs it. So Raphael attacks. Blam. It's a 2, so that's a 5, so he actually misses. But he's actually got Rapid Strike anyway, so he still deals damage. And it doesn't really matter, because he only needed to do 1. I can actually put it up to 2, but again, none of it matters because I've got no... way of killing him. So, there we go. 1 in there, and... I guess that's given us a synergy which we can give to someone, although it doesn't matter particularly. But I guess we'll give it to Mac. It doesn't... It's not going to help her, though. Damn it! This was really inefficient. I hate how I've handled this. I'm giving it to Captain Sophia for no reason. Okay. And then Mac attacks. Come on, Mac. You can do it. Yeah, even on a 2, she still hits. So good. Okay. And that covers up the last symbol, and we defeat the pirates. Whew. Can we raid their ship? Where did they come from? Give me your stuff, pirates. I demand it. I demand all the goods that you stole so I can return them to their rightful owners. Ideally money, actually. Money, please. Where's this letter supposed to go, then? Am I supposed to go even further north, do you think? Have I just not gone far enough north? It's possible. I think I might be too far south. Okay, so... Okay, back to the storybook. What happened after we defeated the pirates? Oh, search. Who's got tokens? That goes there. That goes there. We done. Tell me what happens when I defeat the pirates. Vast wealth and riches beyond my wildest dreams is the only possible course of action for the game to tell me what to do. As the warriors retreat to their ship, you give the order to sail away at full speed. No retreats. Kill them all. I've seen this before, says Mac. They call themselves the Dream Guardians, and they stop anyone who tries to wake the gods. It won't be the last time we see them. Gain 4 coins! Yes! Money! An XP and quest 131. So 4 coins. I also bought an extra pack of these deluxe coins. I think I didn't realize they'd be included, so I have so much of the money that I'm just never going to need because I'm just never going to be that rich. 3 XP. We're getting close to an upgrade card. That's good. And quest 131. But if I hadn't gone there, I never would have encountered the Dream Guardians. Dream Guardians. We were attacked by warriors in a red ship. Max says they call themselves Dream Guardians, and that they do not want us to wake the gods. Oh, but this is giving us the keyword dream, so I reckon the next time we would encounter the Dream Guardians, something else will happen, because we've already got the keyword dream once. Okay, so, let me think here. That was action number 2, so that's actually the end of the round, isn't it? So we're back to the top of the round. So. Where are the mountains to the north? Could it be this spot? I don't think so. That's like, that's not north. So I can only assume north is up here, right? Yeah, that's the only remaining viable option. She definitely said north, right? Take it to a village just outside of Glance. Glance is probably on the frickin' map. It is. Guys, this is all helpful tips for your first play, so you're not a big stupid like Mike. If you look, Glance is actually up here, so it's on the next sheet. So I guess we're sailing north, folks. Look, this is the most helpful. Way more better than an instructional rules video. Is how to remember to check like the basic stuff you have to look at. Okay, so the very first thing that happens is the ship action. Right, everyone's really having a bad time. We've taken lots of damage. I mean, we really need to go to a port. There might be a port at Glance, though. Now they've got a bit of money. So I think maybe we just head over to the bridge and clear all of the blue tokens. Or no, actually maybe quarters. Yeah, let's go quarters. And clear 2 lots of blue tokens. And then we also get a card and 3 blue tokens. I mean, to be fair, I should do these in order because there's a fringe chance that you actually go to take 3 tokens and there aren't enough left and it's a limited supply, in which case you would have to collect the 3 tokens first, fail to do so, and then clear 2 tokens. So let me be clear, I'm doing this ass backwards and I shouldn't be. So there's my 3 tokens and the card. Focus. Discard this card to gain 3 accuracy. That's pretty good, but I'd probably rather have a 5 in the deck. How many movement do you think it takes us to get to Glance? Okay, so, well, we've done that now, so event card. We're on to the tough events now. Seaweed Clog. A patch of seaweed is caught in the propeller. Unclog it, strength 5. I mean, that's not so bad. I guess we'll just flip over Raphael and he'll pretty much do it automatically, but he's now completely fatigued. Unless I draw 1, but I'm not going to draw 1. I mean, anyone could have done it with that card. God damn it. Okay, so I'm inclined to cook up the spicy gumbo for 2 food using the Alzerian cookbook. And that will let me heal 2 fatigue, so we'll get rid of all of Raphael so he can do some strength stuff. And I think let's get rid of the fatigue on Laurent as well, in case we want to use his savvy, because he's got 2 savvy. It's really useful. And then these final 2 will pop down there to get rid of Audrey's weakness, so we can use her craft to set sail now. And move further. So, now we've got our 2 ship actions. So let's go ahead and take a travel action. And I'll trigger Audrey as well, because that gives us 3 craft. Which means we're moving at least 1. But we're actually going 6, which is 2. So that's good. I think that's what we want. So we'll go north up to point 15 here. Page 15. Which is just over the page. So you can see there's 2 areas here, one here and one here. We can choose. So I think we'll spawn into... oh god, they're both danger zones. This one. Or we have to make a savvy 5 check or take a ship damage. I think I'm kind of okay with taking a ship damage. I think I'll save the crew's check, fatiguing the crew, for something a bit more scary. So that's a 2, which means the ship damage is... Oh no, that's the check, sorry. And then, I mean, I might as well do the check even if I don't fatigue the crew. And then the damage is 6, which is the bridge. Okay, see, we still only got 2 damage on the ship, which is fine. It's fine, it's fine. 2 damage is fine. And we've got 1 more point of movement. The mountains north of Glance. She wants us to take it to a village just outside of Glance in the northern mountains. It's probably this one here. I think. Glance has got a port and a market, so I'm kind of tempted to stop in there. We've only got one more point of movement anyway, so we're going to have to go via Glance. I mean, and that's some kind of weird ruin. I mean, this is not north of Glance. That's a little house, not necessarily a village. But I presume she's not talking about Port Haven up here at the top, because then she probably would have said Port Haven. See, there's a little town up here called Port Haven as well. But so this is the only thing that even resembles a village, even though it just kind of looks like a house. Wait, does it say north? Or does it say Glance is to the north? Hang on. She wants us to take it to a village just outside of Glance in the northern mountains. Wait, Glance is in the northern mountains. So does that mean the village is just outside of Glance? So maybe it is this village. Oh god, it's ambiguous. Okay, that's fine. Let's stay here. In second action, we'll explore this village. I don't want to leave here, because it's also dangerous to come back here, right? I don't want to leave here and then discover that this was the village the whole time. I mean, that's clearly just one house. That's not a village, unless it is, and I'm wrong. So I'll sacrifice my second point of movement, and we'll do an explore action, which gets me a command, and explore 13. Here we go. Come on, keyword letter? Keyword letter. A small village clings to the shore. Many of the buildings hang into the water, as if the whole village is poised to throw itself into the sea. Small fishing vessels crowd the docks. A woman about 4 feet tall with soft orange hair like cat fur greets you. Welcome, she says, shaking her hand. My name is Farah Taran, and if you're here to trade, it's me you need to see. It's clear you're not Lucrans. You're welcome here as far as I'm concerned. Mac looks surprised. I didn't know any Tins lived this far north, she says. Not many of us do. Our group settled here a few generations back. Something to do with the matriarch of our house preventing a feud with other matriarch of a rival house. Regardless, I was born and raised here. We make our living in the fishing trade. It's hard times these days, but we're scraping by. Can I interest you in any fish? A small struggling fishing village is home to Tins who aren't very fond of Lucrans. So we can ask why they don't like Lucrans. We can pay a coin for 3 meat, which is actually pretty good. We can tell them... We can't tell them that because we don't have the keyword. Or we can leave. So that's it. This is not the right village. Sorry for swearing. So I guess let's... ask them why they don't like Lucrans. The Lucrans ruin our livelihood. That's why, says Farah. We've lived here for generations, and then the old folks in Lucra City decide our area would be a great place to dump all their bored kids. Suddenly, settlements pop up everywhere. The whole region is becoming overcrowded and overfished, too. We're not getting anywhere near the yield we used to. If things keep going the way they're going, we might have to pick up and move ourselves. Also, they're just annoying. Have you met the mayor of Glance? He makes my stomach turn. An influx of Lucran settlers has overfished the surrounding region. The tin fishermen might have to move. Yeah, so back to my original options. Basically, I can buy some fish or leave. So I think I will buy some fish. I'll spend 1 for 3 meat. That seems like a pretty good deal. Although if they're starving because they have no fish, I don't know why they'd be selling fish cheap. But whatever, I'll buy it. Maybe they're malnourished. Maybe they need, like, veggies or grain. Alright, so there's also an opportunity to solve their problem, but I need to find another keyword. So I'm just going to note it down here on my little bookie. I need to find this, and if I find this, we can go back and solve all their problems. I can't believe that wasn't the right village. Do you suppose it's just one of these 2 points next to Glance, then? Because there are literally 2 exploration points here. I'm going to deliver this letter if it frickin' kills me. Alright, that's the end of the round. So we're on to the next round. Gotta keep my keywords there so I can remember what I got going on. Okay. Is there anything I want to do before the end of the round? Not really. Can't do much of anything anyway. So, ship action. Let's go get some more command points. By going, I guess, to the sick bay. So we get to have a card, and the card is something great to equip, maybe? Surprise Strike. Discard this card to add a damage. It's got cunning on it. It's impossible to see on the screen, because I guess these cards are very green. Surprise Strike. Costs 2 to equip. It's a 2. Discard it to gain 1 damage. Cool. So, let's get rid of Focus, because that's a 5, and I want it back in the deck. I like, actually, the idea of rigging this deck with successes by equipping the ability cards. That really appeals to me. I just like preparing for success. And then we gain 3 command. And then we get to heal 1 person 1 damage. Guess I'll take 1 off the back. Okay, and then I guess I'm going to spend a couple of command to equip this Surprise Strike card on someone with cunning. Mac, I guess, because she's also got an ability that might benefit from it at some point. Although the ability is currently blocked off. I like the idea as well that so if you don't rest the crew, these abilities actually mean that there's less command points in circulation. So it's kind of like they need to rest or else you can do less overall, which is really cool. Oh yeah, and I was going to equip lessons as well. That'll take up all my command, but I think it's probably worth it. And then we can liberate these 2 cubes as well. So let's do that. Oh no. Don't roll off the table, please. Alright, we'll put this one down on Gregory, who's now become my doctor and an expert sailor. Okay, here we go. Event card. Lamp. Sea Tower. A tower stands in the center of a small maelstrom. Find a way into the tower. Savvy 8. Gain 1 artifact? Ooh. I don't know what artifacts are. I mean, I know what they are. They're these artifact tokens. But I don't know what they do. But I feel like they're good. I'm going to do that. I've got Savvy 3 over here. So I'll fatigue Gregory. But I think that's probably not enough. Let's also... I don't have any... I don't have any cards here to help. I don't have any command either. Because I was a fool and I spent it all. So I'm going to fatigue all of these people. Because I think once I get back to Glance, I'm going to use the inaction anyway. So that gives me a total savvy of 5. Fingers crossed. Oh no, it's a 2. What a bummer, I failed. Oh no, I just take 3 ship damage. I still gain an artifact. But that's still annoying. Damn it! Curse you too. So much for stacking the deck in my favor. I don't have any commands, so there's not even anything I can do about that. I don't have, like, do I have a discard a thing? Do I have a discard a thing to gain a thing? nope, nope, nope. That's it. So 3 ship damage. Do I roll? I guess I roll for each of these individually, right? Um, I'm sure I do. When the ship takes damage, I'm sure it's roll for each one individually. Here we go. To do. Yeah, 1 ability card per damage. Yep. Okay, so damage number 1 goes on the hull. Then onto sickbay. And then, now the ship's not looking so good. And then onto the galley. Uh-oh. And then we gain an artifact. I hope that's worth it, because I don't know what to do with it. But it sounds valuable, and it's kind of gold colored, so I guess it might be really good. Okay, so here we go. We are going to now take a travel action. I'm not going to fatigue anyone, obviously. I'm just going 1 space. It's a 4 anyway, but we're just going here. And then I think the best thing to do here is actually just to take the in action. So we're going to do a port action. We can spend 4 gold here to remove fatigue from 1 fatigue from everyone, and 2 health. Heal 2 health on everyone as well. So I just feel like that's necessary. And I can do all of the port actions while I'm in a port. So I'll show you guys the port again, just in case you've forgotten. So here we go. So I've done the in part, but I can take each one of these actions. So I'll do the shipyard because I have a material here, so I can spend that to heal 1 damage, which I guess will take off the galley because it's currently inaccessible. Oh, where did that go? Oh, no. And then I can't do any of the rest of this. I mean, I've got 3 experience points I could possibly spend, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to save them up a bit more. Most of the cards are 4 or more anyway. In fact, are there any that cost 3? 6, 7, 4, 4, 6, 4, 7, 6, 7, 5, 3. Oh, there's 1 for 3. We could make Marco into an inventive chef. When any player cooks a recipe, they may substitute 1 ingredient for another. That doesn't seem all that great. She's got counter, so Kasumi, if she misses, she gets +1 damage, and also it gives her a savvy. I don't hate that, but I feel like I'd rather save up a bit and get something a bit more expensive. So that is the end of the round. If I'm not doing any more port stuff, so let's do 1 more turn, guys, because it's getting pretty late. But I want to just explore here and see if I can get this letter thing resolved. There's also 2 exploration points, so I'm not even sure which of these I'm supposed to do. But I think it's got to be 58, because I think 60 is actually Glance itself. And she said they did say village outside of Glance, so it must be 58. I'm sure of it. So we've got 1 more ship action here, so I think let's go ahead and head over to the bridge to clear off. Actually, do you know what? Let's go to the quarters, because this is going to get cleared off anyway thanks to lessons. At the start of the round, clear it off. And so then we get a card, which is into our hand, and it's Iron Will. It's a 3 cost, 2 to equip, or 3 fate, 2 to equip. Iron Will. Discard this equipped card to give this crew member 3 block. That could be pretty clutch. And then we gain 3 command. And then we can clear off 2 things. So let's clear off the Alzarian cookbook and max ability here, I think. Sure, why not? And then what I'd like to do is spend 1 over here on Captain Sophia Odessa to take the low morale off of Marco, in case I need that. Or something. And I'm feeling pretty good about this. So Let's see what happens next. Rotten supplies. A strange purple mold is spreading fast. Get rid of the rotten food. Lose 2 food, gain 1 fatigue, or ignore it. Place this card next to the shipboard until you reshuffle the event deck. Each time you cook a recipe, draw a fate, and if it's a 1 or a 2, gain a weakened. I don't want to lose 2 food. That really sucks. I knew there was something wrong with the fish they sold me. I knew the deal was too good, and they were starving and they wouldn't sell good fish. Damn it! I should have suspected something. So I'm just thinking there must only be like 7 cards, but each time you cook a recipe. I like cooking. I have the Elzarian cookbook. Oh, God damn it. Okay, so we lose 2 food. And we gain a fatigue on someone. And it's you again, Marco. The reason why is because you haven't got any upgrade cards yet. I should give you some. I know it's not very nice, but oh well. Okay, so now I can't cook anything. Damn it. Purple mold, exactly, Difter. You never know what's going to happen with that purple mold. I swear I heard it speak. So let's go and explore 58. We get a command point from Engaged. Engage. Alright, here we go. 58. It's got to be the one. I swear it's got to be the one. He's been playing for like 4 hours. He doesn't have a single totem yet. The auction house is grand but hectic, with crowds of people rushing back and forth across the marble floors and the sounds of competing auctions echoing off the vaulted ceilings. A woman in nice clothing greets you at the entrance. Welcome to the Nadril Ven Memorial Auction House. Are you buying or selling? I can sell my artifact. Right, so my options are buying, turn to go somewhere, although I presume I can't afford anything because I have no money. I can sell and pay an artifact. I can ask if there are more rare or unique items available. But I need cunning for that. Cunning 8. Don't have a lot of cunning. Max got some cunning. Or I can buy food and supplies, except I can't because I don't have the money. Let's sell the artifact. Sorry, artifact, but I don't know what else you're useful for. I just hope that you're not useful for something way better than this. But also, I'm in the wrong place and I need money. You stand just outside the auction room, listening as the bids rise, waiting to see how much you'll get paid. Draw a fate card. Oh, come on, baby. Daddy needs a 6. I need to change the camera. Come on, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Okay, I'll take a 5. The auction attendant meets you with a large coin pouch. Here are your spoils, she says. Minus the house's cut, of course. Some big spenders here today, evidently. Gain 8 coins. Yeah, 8 coins. I'm rich. I'm filthy rich. I've been mixing up my money token boxes. Okay. And then go back to the beginning of the auction. So it's like, ooh, now we could go buying and see what they've got for sale. We could ask about the more rare or unique items as well. Am I just going to blow my money immediately on? I should just buy food and supplies and leave. Let's go to I really want to ask about the rare unique items. Let's do it. Cunning 8. Okay. So if we fatigue Mac, we've got Cunning 2. And if I don't have good Cunning, Cunning 8 is a lot. Then the fail here is not that bad, though. It's just gain 1 low morale. So that brings it down to a 6. I mean, do I really want to give... I can cook a meal, though, I guess. So let's go with 4 cunning. So I need a 4 up to pass this. But I could also activate my gear or something, potentially. Well, it's a 5, so we're good. Ooh, I'm going to have to reset the deck now. There are no rare items here. Let's see what we got. The auction attendant checks to make sure no one is paying attention to you and leans in to lower her voice. You didn't hear it from me, she says. There's a second secret auction house at the end of the bay to the northwest, where they sell more unique items. I happen to know the password for their next big event. I might be persuaded to share that information for a fee. I'm doing it. I'm paying 2 gold for the password. I've got 2 gold. I'm paying the 2 gold. Give me that password. I want to know the secret auction. I want to know what's going on. Do they have God's totems? Because I need God's totems. The password is Rattled. I don't know what they've got this time around, but the password is always somehow related to the unique item up for auction. Good luck, and be sure to bring a lot of cash. These secret auctions attract really high rollers. Gain quest 18 and return to 58. Furmine Vader says, "Hi Mike, got this game on pre-order. Looks fun. You can gain... BGG says, you can spend artifacts to gain special adventure cards or effects at certain locations." Cool, that's what I've just done. I've just sold my artifact for money. Which I guess is an effect at a location. And now I've just returned... So I need to gain that quest card. I have a habit of like sort of moving on, and then I'm going to get quest 18 and return to the thing. This is not at all what I was looking for, though. But I'm glad I found this mysterious auction house. Blam! A secret auction. We've learned of a secret second auction at the end of a bay northwest of Glance. The password for their next event is Rattled. We're told to bring a lot of money. Right, so I'll probably need to earn a bit more money if I'm going to go do that. Alright, and I think the last thing I'm going to do then... I'm not really interested in just trying to buy stuff. So I think I'll just buy food and supplies, pay 1 coin, get 2 meat and 2 veg, and then return to the ship. Artifacts can also be used as 2 gold, says James. Oh, cool. Yeah, James, I didn't actually look at the cardboard tokens. I've got them in the box somewhere. So I've got all these 3D tokens. Because I just went all in on this game because I was so excited about it. Yeah, so... Okay. I mean, I'd probably not sell it for 2 gold unless I guess I was really struggling. So what did I buy? I spent a coin for 2 meat and 2 veg. That seems like a good deal to me. Especially seeing as purple mold just ate all my meat. Don't ask me to don't take that out of context. So I still got 5 gold. So that's pretty good. And then I am returning to the ship. So we've still got 1 more action this round, so Let's maybe do a little bit of cooking, because we've got a lot of fatigued people here. And we can activate the Alzerian cookbook to cook the spicy gumbo with one of each of these. We don't need the grain because we've got the cookbook. So good. That Alzerian cookbook is fantastic. So we can heal 3 health and cure 3 fatigue, which is awesome. So 1, 2, 3 health. Blam, 3 fatigue. Blam, blam, blam. Basically good as new. Feeling good about this. And now I guess, do we just explore the other explore location here? I think we must do, right? I swear to God, if this tiny house is the village, I'm going to be like, I can't believe I spent my first 4-hour stream of Sleeping Gods looking for this one village when I had all of these other quests that I just kind of sailed away from and didn't do. I'm not surprised, like... Oh my god. Okay. So here we go. We're going to reset this ability deck, because we're definitely going to do that. Oop. And then we're going to explore, which means we can have another command token. Yes. What can I do with this command token that could be useful? I suppose I could cook. I don't need to cook any more food. I've only got 1 fatigue. And all the statuses are taken care of. Man, this is great. Doing a good job, team. We could equip a card. I don't know if I really want to equip either of these two, though. I'm not really feeling the need to. Although, actually, we could equip this and then discard it to repair 2 on the ship. That would be really good, potentially. I'll tell you what. Let's equip Engine Steward, actually, onto Kasumi. There we go. She's become the engine steward. She's like, she doesn't know how the ship works at all because she has no craft. But she's like, I'm going to make sure it looks good, though. Not completely broken. Difter's like, this old lady could have... Yeah, did she want her letter delivered or not, Difter? Do you know what I mean? Like, if she really wanted us to deliver this letter, like, make sure you get the address right, lady. Come on. Good God, she might as well have just written, like, you know, go north. Ugh, I don't like this dangerous water up here. It's a 6 savvy check, or 2 damage. But I'm kind of feeling inclined to maybe just sail back to the middle of the ocean and do some of those quests I totally skipped. Although now that I've got this secret auction quest, where is it? Northwest? The end of a bay northwest of Glance. Yeah, it's got to be 132, I think. Because that's a bay, isn't it? I'm going to make a note of that on my map, actually. This is probably the secret auction. But I'll have to come back when I have more money for that, I think. I don't think I've got enough money to do that right now. Okay, so we're going to explore 60. I took the point already, didn't I? So, here we go. Pleasant evening of storytelling and adventure on the seas. Glance. The buildings here are new. Many still half constructed, built according to the latest fashions of Lucan engineering. The people in the streets are likewise young and fashionable. They ignore you as if they all have more important things to do. In the middle of the busy main square is an incomplete clock tower made of iron and white stone. A bustling city is under construction. An incomplete clock tower stands in the main square. We can visit the clock tower, go to the auction house, search for Vilmus Oliberos. No, we don't have that. Aha! Deliver the letter from the Pan Elder Woman. Right. Or we can buy food and supplies. Now, let's deliver the letter. Thank God it's here. You're right, the village just outside of Glance is just go to Glance. That was a little misleading. But never mind. I shall forgive it. You deliver the letter to a pan hunter dressed in furs. He asks you to wait while he reads the letter. Then he asks for your help. This letter is from my sister Zavari. She says that some factions within the Pan tribes are preparing for war. We Pan would not survive such a conflict. Ever since our great empire was destroyed by the gods, we've struggled to thrive. We scrape by with meager trade and stuffy customs, but we're weak. She wants us to stop the factions from fighting. Will you come with me? Gain Adventure Card 5, complete Quest 130, and gain Quest 28. Oop, okay. Hold on, everybody. I've got to do stuff. Alright, so we've completed the letter. So go away in here. Yeah, get in the box. And we're going to get adventure card number 5. Svarm. Okay, so you can put a token on him to deal a damage, gain a vegetable, or block 2. He's a passenger on the ship. Oh, that's cool. And we're going to gain quest 28. Pan War. Svarm said that there's a war brewing between the Pan factions, and he's asked us to go with him to try and stop the fighting. We can find the Pan factions camped in the Forest Isles, south of the Great Pillars to the east. Cool! I think we could also do something with Svarm back at the, if we went back to where his sister was. I think he might be able to guide us somewhere around that town. I feel like there was something else that we could have done around there. The hell did that say? I think I know what the pillars are. Zorm says that there's a war between the Pan factions. He's asked us to find the Pan factions camped in the Forest Isles, south of the Great Pillars to the east. So we're here. These are the Great Pillars to the east. So the Forest Isle must be here or here. That's where we were before. So Forest Isle? One of these two. I'm assuming that the Great Pillars were those things that look like giant pillars in the middle of the ocean, you know, am I right? Okay, so we're allowed to do more stuff in Glance before we leave with Svarn. We can visit the clock tower, or we can buy supplies. Well, let's just visit the clock tower, because I'm not interested in buying supplies. Various workers bustle in and out of the tower carrying complicated pieces of machinery. When you try to talk to a worker, he directs you to an office built into the base of the tower and continues with his work. A young Lucran man wearing a monocle sits behind a desk, poring over a set of blueprints. When he spots you, he calls you over. Welcome, welcome, you look like you're from around here, which is fantastic. You don't look like you're from around here, which is fantastic. I am always happy to see new people arriving in our growing metropolis. I am Raziz Ven, revered engineer, mayor of Glance, and architect of this remarkable contraption in whose heart we now stand. No doubt you've heard of me. I did. I heard you were awful. Mac whispers to you. I have heard of him, actually. I don't know much about his engineering skills, but I know his family is richer than the gods. We can ask him if he needs any help. We can ask about antiques. No, we can't because we don't have the keyword. We don't have any of these keywords. So we can tell him we're just dropping by to say hello, which ends the interaction, or we can ask if he needs any help. So we might as well do that. Yes, actually, now that you mention it, you see I have designed for this clock a mechanism called a Shormblood oscillator, which will make it an order of magnitude more accurate than a standard pendulum-regulated timepiece. The problem is I've been unable to secure the Shormblood I need for the construction. Shormblood is a rare crystal, but it has specific conductive and resonant properties which make it essential for the mechanism. I only need a small amount, which makes my life difficult in securing it, all the more frustrating. This is my life's work, and I'm determined to see it completed. So if you were to bring me the necessary Shormblood crystals, I would be willing to pay handsomely for them. I need money! I need money for the secret auction, and he has money to give me because he's very rich. There is a mine nearby, just to the north, says Raziz, but they stopped all shipments, and there's been no response to a letter I sent to them. If you go there, you may be able to discover what's wrong. There's also an artist working on a monument on the isle to the east, and I've heard rumors she's using Shormblood as one of her artistic materials. Oh, him. Ooh. There's also an artist working on a monument to the east of here, and I've heard rumors he's using Shormblood as one of his artistic materials. Perhaps you can persuade him to part with some of it. It's getting late. I can't read anymore. Got it, says Mac. Oh. Gain quest card 85. Okay, so I think we want to do this. So we can either go and see why they've stopped shipments from the mine, or we can go and talk to the artist. So we're going to gain quest 85, and then we return to the original, and we leave. Return to the ship. He sounds like a con man. Maybe, but if I return with what he wants, and he doesn't give me what I want. Did I say 85? Oh god. How can I not remember a number I just said? Also, I think, Eddie, maybe I just made him sound like a con man. Materials for a mechanism. Raziz Ven, the mayor of Glance, wants us to track down a material called Shormblood, which he needs to build his clock tower. And he promised money. Hey, listen, my people are on the brink of war, and I really need your help to get over to their encampment so that we can stop the war and save everybody. Shut it, Zarm! I'm trying to gain money so I can go to the secret auction, and you're just gonna have to wait your turn. I think my son is dying in a cave. Shut up, old man! I have a secret auction to attend. Next time on Ready Steady Play. So I think that's going to be the end of the stream for tonight, guys. I feel like this is a pretty good dropping off point. Lots of exciting stuff to get involved in. I'm really into this game. I think this is great. And I really hope you've enjoyed it too. I now need to figure out how to save the game, but I'll do that off camera. So if you enjoy this stream, please do leave a like down below, leave a comment letting me know, and tell people that you've enjoyed it. And I'll be back for another one of these Sleeping Gods streams in the future. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell for the notifications so you don't miss it, because I also tweet it and put it on Facebook, so you can always follow me there or whatever. But you know, subscribing to the channel is helpful and free. And of course, I just want to say a big thank you to my patrons who support the channel on Patreon. Without their help, we wouldn't be able to do all this cool stuff with all this technology. And sorry the green screen was a bit funky tonight. But Eddie, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Difter, thanks so much for sticking around to the end. And everybody, I can see there's a few of you still out there watching right up till the end. So thank you so much for watching. And of course, I will be back for another stream in the near future. And thanks so much, everybody. And I'll see you all soon. Have a good night and a good rest of the week. Bye for now.